Chapter 2771. 200 million high-rank source crystals was not a huge sum that just anyone could possess. This was equivalent to the total income of the entire Azure Sun Temple for several years. Even Xiaoyu Yang and Shuijing Mao's expressions heated up when they heard this. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he did not hear 200 million, but 20 million, 2 million. This made several people present a little surprised. In the end, Yang Kai was just a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just broken through. Even if he had some wealth, it was impossible for him to be too rich. So why was he so indifferent in the face of such a huge amount of wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was so rich now? 200 million high-rank source crystals was really nothing to him. What's the second condition? Yang Kai asked indifferently. The strange look in Lan Sun's eyes disappeared as she said softly, "The second condition is that you can ask my father 3 questions, no matter what kind of questions you ask." As soon as these words came out, Shuijing Mao and Xiaoyu Yang's breathing suddenly quickened as a look of fanaticism appeared on their faces. Although they were elders of Star Soul Palace and held high positions in Star Soul Palace, with only one person above them, it wasn't so easy to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was in seclusion all year round, and his movements were elusive. Basically, they might not even see him once in a few years, let alone ask him a question. If they could get an opportunity like Yang Kai, the two of them would be overjoyed because no matter what cultivation a cultivator had, they would definitely have many doubts about the martial Tao. The doubts of masters at their level could only be answered by the Great Emperors. With just a few words of advice from the Great Emperors, they might be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the second condition was not as straightforward as 200 million high-rank source crystals. However, its value was much greater than the first condition. Source crystals could be earned in the future, but asking the Great Emperor's 3 questions was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even Wan Zishan was tempted when he heard this. He tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, hoping that he would agree to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's expression was still indifferent. He pondered for a moment and said, "What about the third condition?" Lan Sun said, "The third condition is to enter my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda and cultivate for a month." Yang Kai nodded. He had already stated the 3 conditions. To be honest, Star Soul Palace's approach was indeed very sincere. No matter what condition it was enough for Yang Kai to return the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Must this Emperor artifact be returned? Yang Kai asked Lan Sun while holding the golden armored Heavenly Book. Lan Sun said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I hope you can sympathize with the dozens of disciples of my Star Soul Palace who are trapped in the sealed world. Without the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, they would not be able to open the Great Illusionary Land, and the dozens of disciples trapped inside would never be able to escape." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then I choose the third option." Lan Sun was overjoyed at first, but immediately said in amazement, "Don't think about it again." When Zishan also persuaded, "That's right, Yang Kai. You might as well think about this carefully. Since the Great Emperors have agreed to your 3 conditions, they will not force you to make a choice immediately. It won't be too late to make a choice after you think about it clearly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I choose the third option." When Zishan opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he were Yang Kai, he would definitely choose the second option. Although the 5-colored treasure pagoda was extraordinary, cultivating in it also depended on one's opportunities. If there were no opportunities, not to mention a month, even if one cultivated for a year or 10 years, they might not gain anything. It was far better to ask the Great Emperor's 3 questions face to face. He did not know what Yang Kai was thinking, but in the end, this was still Yang Kai's own business. Since he had made a choice, of course, he could not persuade him. Lan Sun was obviously very surprised, because in her opinion, the probability of Yang Kai choosing the second option was as high as 90%, but she did not expect things to develop somewhat differently from her expectations. In the end, she just nodded and said, "Then Star Soul Palace will be waiting for Brother Yang at any time." Yang Kai nodded, and with a thought, erased the golden armored Heavenly Book soul brand on his hand and returned it to Lan Sun, who put it into her space ring. Now that this matter was over, when Zishan immediately warmly invited Lan Sun and the others to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a few more days, but Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao were not in the mood at all and immediately said goodbye. Lan Sun's task was completed, so she naturally had to leave. Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Junior sister Lan, please wait. I still have some private matters to ask you." Lan Sun turned around and asked Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao to wait outside. The two naturally had no objections, but Xiao Qin shamelessly stayed behind, his face full of hostility, as if he was worried about leaving Yang Kai alone with Lan Sun. "Brother Xiao, you also go out." Lan Sun glanced at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he met Lan Sun's beautiful eyes, his momentum stagnated and he swallowed all the words on the tip of his tongue. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, he turned around and left. After a while, only Yang Kai and Lan Sun were left in the hall. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "There is no one else here. What does Brother Yang want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Junior sister Lan just said that you went to Spirit Beast Island not long ago?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Yes, about 3 months ago. Father was invited by Senior Marshal Beast and took me to the Eastern Territory. Then, did junior sister Lan see Senior 9 Phoenix on Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Andy 9 Phoenix?" Lan Sun was a little surprised. She thought that Yang Kai asked her to stay to inquire about Emo Xiaoqi, but who knew that he would ask about 9 Phoenix? As far as she knew, Yang Kai and 9 Phoenix didn't seem to have any intersection, so she shook her head and said, "I didn't see her." After a pause, she continued, "But I heard from little sister Xiaoqi that Andy 9 Phoenix has been in retreat recently and can't be easily disturbed." Yang Kai raised his brow thoughtfully. 9 Phoenix being in retreat was definitely related to Lu Yin. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, Lu Yin merged with the Phoenix True Fire and turned into a Phoenix Egg, which was brought back to Spirit Beast Island by 9 Phoenix. There had been no news about him so far. At that time, the 9-headed Phoenix had said that the matter would be resolved in 3 to 5 years at the earliest. Although there was 9 Phoenix protecting him, Lu Yin had taken some risks in accepting the Phoenix inheritance this time, which made Yang Kai a little worried. He wanted to inquire about some information from Lan Sun, but he didn't expect that Lan Sun also knew nothing. Seeing his disappointed look, Lan Sun looked puzzled, wondering how Yang Kai got involved with 9 Phoenix again. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "By the way, there is another thing I want to ask junior sister Lan for help with." Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there is no harm in asking." Yang Kai said, "Does junior sister Lan know a person named Hua Qingxi? She is also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her honored master is Tanjun Hao." Less than half an hour later, Lan Sun walked out of the hall. Xiao Chun, who had been waiting outside, immediately greeted her. He looked at Lan Sun nervously, fearing that she had suffered some kind of loss. Seeing that Lan Sun was safe and sound, Yang Kai, who followed her out with a gloomy face, suddenly felt much better. "Brother Yang, whenever you want to go to Star Soul Palace, junior sister will be waiting for you." Lan Sun turned back and said to Yang Kai, "Junior sister Lan, take care." Yang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. Lan Sun gestured to Xiao Yuyang and Shui Jingmao, and the few of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed towards the horizon. On Myriad Saints Peak, many guests watched quietly. The coronation ceremony had been completed, and Yang Kai had also received the Elder Jade Plate of Azure Sun Temple. From now on, he was an Elder of Azure Sun Temple. If it had been an ordinary Elder, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but the key point was that Yang Kai had displayed his strength in front of everyone before, using his blood chi to fight against Shui Jingmao and even injure him. Although he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, whether it was his courage or his strength, it was enough for everyone to take him seriously. The arrival of Lan Sun and the calm departure of the people of Star Soul Palace made these guests smell a different atmosphere. So at this moment, many people looked at Yang Kai differently. They no longer looked at him as an elder looking at a junior, but as an equal. After a brief silence, the atmosphere became lively again under the mobilization of many of Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups. Although the coronation ceremony had been completed, it was still a rare occasion for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together. Moreover, they were in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, so they naturally couldn't neglect their guests. When Zishan also took Yang Kai around the venue and toasted him one by one, so that he could become familiar with many people from the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory. Who knows, he might have some dealings with them in the future. During this trip, Yang Kai saw many familiar faces. Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple, and Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Yang Kai had dealt with these people before. These rising stars, who had blossomed with amazing brilliance in the Dao Source realm in the past, had all now broken through to the Emperor realm. Wu Chang and Zhuangbu Fan were easy to deal with. They were rising stars in the Southern Territory, and their status in their respective sects was the same as Xiaoshang's in Azure Sun Temple. The cultivation resources and treatment they had were beyond imagination. On the other hand, Luo Yuan came from the Octagonal Door, which was just a small force, not even as good as the original Blue Feather sect, but he relied on his extraordinary aptitude and perseverance to reach the Emperor realm. Now, he even took over the Octagonal Door and became the sect master of the Octagonal Door. When this guy stared at Yang Kai, his face was burning with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai at any time. If it weren't for Yang Kai's big day today, he would have already issued a challenge. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, many people came and went, toasting each other, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and exchanging pleasantries. Most of the people from the Emperor realm who came here brought their own disciples and juniors, so it was a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." A wisp of fragrance came with the wind, and a plump figure came up to Yang Kai with a smile. "No, I should call you Elder Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a beautiful young woman standing with a glass of wine in her hand. Perhaps because she had drunk some wine, her pretty face was pink, and even her fair neck was red, making her look extremely attractive. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai recognized this person, smiled slightly, and raised his glass in greeting. Chapter 2772. I have yet to thank you for saving my life, so this mistress offers you a toast. Hua Yilu raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. Although this 100-flower palace master looked delicate and weak, she had the spirit of a woman who was not inferior to men. After draining her cup of wine, her face became redder and redder. Palace Master Hua is too polite. It was Tan Junhao's matter that caused Palace Master Hua to be questioned by Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly and drained his cup of wine. Hua Yilu shook her head and said, "They didn't make things difficult for me. They just asked me a few questions." This mistress told them the truth and didn't make things difficult for Elder Yang, right? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Palace Master Hua helped me by telling the truth. How could you make things difficult for me?" Hua Yilu looked relieved and turned her head to look around, asking softly, "Why don't I see Xiaosheng?" Last time in Flowing Shadow City, Hua Yilu said that she was Xiaosheng's friend. Now, it seemed that these two were really old acquaintances, otherwise, Hua Yilu wouldn't be so concerned. "Brother Xia is on duty at Spirit Lake Palace and won't be back for a while," Yang Kai explained. "If Palace Master Hua wants to find Brother Xia, you can go to Spirit Lake Palace to take a look." "Is that so?" Hua Yilu showed a look of disappointment. Just as they were talking, Gao Shueting suddenly walked over with a cold face. Hua Yilu immediately said, "Elder Yang, this mistress will take a look around." She then turned around and left. "How are your injuries?" Gao Shueting leaned over to Yang Kai and asked softly, her eyes fixed on Hua Yilu's back. "Not bad," Yang Kai replied. If it were any other First Order Emperor Realm Master who was hit in the chest by Shui Jingmao, even if they didn't die, they would be bedridden for a few days. However, Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and now that he was wearing the flying Great Ink Dragon armor, he only had a few broken bones. His internal organs weren't damaged. Even if he didn't pay attention to such injuries, he would recover in 1 or 2 days. "How do you know that, woman?" Gao Shueting asked abruptly with a look of disdain. Yang Kai replied, "We met once in Flowing Shadow City." "Why?" "It's nothing. If you're injured, go and recuperate. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother with these shady people." No 3, no 4. Gao Shueting seemed to have a big prejudice against Hua Yilu. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything else. Gao Shueting snatched the wine glass from his hand. Later on, there will be an exchange between the Emperor realm. There might be some good stuff there. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. Exchange meeting? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's rare to see so many people from the Emperor realm gathered in one place, so we naturally have to take this opportunity to communicate. This is also the Palace Master's intention. It will be held by our Azure Sun Temple. If you have any treasures you don't need, you can take them out to exchange." "Okay, then call me when the time comes." Yang Kai nodded. "Go." Gao Shueting waved her hand. The coronation ceremony was over, and Yang Kai had become a temple elder. However, time was short, and he didn't have his own residence yet, so he could only return to Purple Bamboo Peak. He spent half a day meditating and recuperating, and by evening, his injuries were basically healed. The communication artifact placed next to him moved slightly. Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, scanned it with his divine sense, and stood up. It was still Myriad Saints Peak, but this time the exchange meeting was held in the main hall. Many guests should have received the news long ago, so there weren't many people who left, only a few people. They must have encountered something urgent, otherwise, they would never miss this kind of exchange meeting. Several disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were in charge of reception at the door. After seeing Yang Kai, they all showed a respectful look and bowed their heads. "Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Then, he strode in. Glancing around, the main hall was already full of people. The guests during the day were basically all present. There were hundreds of people from the Emperor realm and their disciples and descendants, although there were a lot of people. But the scene was orderly, and there was no noise at all. Even if there was some communication, it was done in private. The hall was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Over here. While he was still turning his head to look for a seat, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gao Shueting sitting on a chair on the left side of the hall, waving at him. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stepped over there. This place seemed to be where the elders of the Azure Sun Temple sat. In addition to Gao Shueting, the elders in the sect such as Chan Xian, Dirong, Yukuan, and others were all here. When they saw Yang Kai, they all showed a kind smile. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one before sitting down next to Gao Shueting. "Junior brother, have you ever participated in such an exchange?" Gao Shueting suddenly turned her head and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and looked to the other side of him, but there was no one there. He suddenly came back to his senses and stared at Gao Shueting. "Elder Gao, are you talking to me?" Gao Shueting snorted. "Of course I'm talking to a ghost." Chen Xian, who was on the other side of Gao Shueting, chuckled and explained, "Yang Kai, you are now an Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of the Temple, so you naturally have to talk to us as equals. This is the rule of the temple." Yang Kai looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I didn't realize it for a moment." Before today, he had always regarded himself as a disciple in front of Gao Shueting. Now that he had suddenly become a junior brother, his status had increased by a lot. This change was too sudden. But thinking about it, Yang Kai was now almost the same as Gao Shueting and the others in terms of cultivation and status, so he did have the qualifications to talk to them as equals. "Ask senior sister to come and listen." Gao Shueting looked at him seriously. "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai grinned. He was very adaptable. "Good boy, but it's a pity that there's no reward." Gao Shueting smiled and asked again, "Have you participated in such an exchange before?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. He had participated in many auctions, but he had only heard of such high-level exchanges. "But I know the basic rules, bartering." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. When one's cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, the value of source crystals is not so important. Many good things can't be bought with source crystals, so many people like to directly barter. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people exchanging for source crystals, but it all depends on what the owner of the treasure offers. Yang Kai kept Gao Shueting's words in mind and kept nodding. Gao Shueting was very satisfied with his humble attitude of asking for advice. After waiting for a while, the door of All Saints Temple creaked and closed a moment later. Yang Kai knew that the exchange should start soon. Sure enough, the moment the door closed, an elderly man flew up to the high platform. It was none other than Azure Sun Temple's Deputy Temple Master, Ran. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple naturally had to be the first to go up and liven up the atmosphere. Chiu Ran coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your support and for making tonight's exchange go smoothly. This old man wishes you all a victory and a fruitful return. There's no need to say more about the rules. The exchange will begin now. My temple will throw a brick to attract the jade, so I hope you can take out some good things." With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Chiu Ran's hand. Raising the jade bottle slightly, Chiu Ran said, "Supreme Soul Refining Pill, an Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pill. Even if an Emperor Realm Master consumes it, after refining and absorbing it, it will greatly increase the strength of their soul. If supplemented with a soul secret technique, the effects will be even better. There are 3 spirit pills in this bottle, and only source crystals will be sold." As soon as his voice fell, more than half of the Emperor Realm's people showed signs of interest. It was none other than Emperor pills. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not so easy to find. Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, but how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a big sect like Azure Sun Temple did not have an Emperor-grade alchemist. There was an Emperor-grade alchemist in Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, but Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was full. Even if one wanted to ask him for a pill, they would have to queue for several years before it was their turn. In the star boundary, spirit pills below Emperor grade were easy to obtain. After all, although there were not many Dao Source grade alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. However, Emperor grade pills were something that could only be found by chance. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple had actually taken out 3 Supreme Soul Refining Pills at once. This was enough to show their sincerity. Moreover, they were only auctioning source crystals, which gave the people of the Emperor Realm the opportunity to participate. So, just as Chiu Ran's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. The old bids were replaced by new ones as soon as they appeared. For a moment, the 10,000 Saints Temple was as lively as a market. The people of the Emperor Realm shouted until their faces were red, as if they were determined to win. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He did not expect the temple to take out an Emperor-grade pill to auction as soon as they arrived. Even if it was just throwing a brick to attract jade, this brick was not light. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood something. The Supreme Soul Refining Pill's biggest use was to temper one's soul. After taking it, one could cultivate a soul secret technique and increase the strength of one's soul. However, this effect did not seem to be of much use to the people of the Emperor Realm. That was because Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. When he first came to Azure Sun Temple, when Zishan told Yang Kai that the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple had a higher soul cultivation than the cultivator of other realms. The reason for this was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The Divine Ascension Mirror was a sealed world that could improve one's soul. As long as the people of the Emperor Realm entered the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate, the effects would probably be many times better than taking the Supreme Soul Refining Pill. If they wanted to improve their soul, they could just enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Why would they need to take an Emperor-grade pill? In other words, the Supreme Soul Refining Pill was probably not worth much in the eyes of the people of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple. Chen Xian and the others understood this just by looking at their indifferent expressions. After realizing this, Yang Kai laughed in his heart. 5 million. Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, and the scene fell silent. The bid of 5 million high-rank source crystals immediately made the rest of the people of the Emperor Realm shrink back. This price was basically the limit of what they could afford. No one who could cultivate to the Emperor Realm was an idiot. Naturally, they would not spend source crystals carelessly. This was just the beginning. Who knew what other good things would appear later on? Chapter 2773. In the end, this bottle of 3 Supreme Soul Refining Pills was bought by a red-robed old man for 5 million high-rank source crystals. This red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect. His surname was Yu, but Yang Kai couldn't remember his name. Today, when Wan Zishan led him to propose a toast, he had met this red-robed old man, but even if Yang Kai had a good memory, he couldn't remember more than 100 names from the Emperor Realm in a single day. It could also be said that he was too lazy to remember. Next, Ran took out 2 more treasures, like the Supreme Soul Refining Pills, which were auctioned for source crystals. Everyone in the Emperor realm fought over them, and in the end, they were bought by a man and a woman at a high price. After the 3 treasures were auctioned, the atmosphere of the exchange was immediately livened up. After Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man who had won the Supreme Soul Refining Pills was the first to rush up the stage, bowed, and said with a smile, "This old man has made a fool of himself." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a crimson-red berry appeared in his palm, saying, "A 3,000-year-old jade blood dragon fruit in exchange for a water attribute spirit medicine or emperor pill of the same value." As soon as the bloodshed scarlet dragon fruit appeared, a strange fragrance wafted through the hall, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and energized. The people in the Emperor realm present were all people with good eyesight, so they naturally knew that the jade blood dragon fruit was a rare treasure. Many people were immediately tempted, especially those who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or secret technique. Immediately, 4 or 5 rings were silently thrown up from below. The red-robed old man caught them and checked them one by one, a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, he kept one of the rings and returned the rest. He walked down the stage and handed the jade blood dragon fruit in his hand to the person who made the exchange. With the red-robed old man making a good start, the exchange became more and more lively, and the frequency of the exchange was extremely fast. When one from the Emperor realm came down, another from the Emperor realm immediately jumped up. They took out their items and proposed the conditions of the exchange. Except for a few cultivator who asked for too much, or whose conditions were too harsh, everyone else basically got what they wanted. Yang Kai sat below the stage, not intending to participate for the time being. However, he was watching with great interest. Although Yang Kai was now rich and ordinary treasures were nothing to him, the treasures that could be brought to this exchange were all treasures from the Emperor realm. All kinds of strange treasures were an eye-opener for him. After greatly expanding his knowledge, he would be able to recognize similar people in the future. Even Chun Xian and Dirong, the 2 elders of the Azure Sun Temple, each made a move to exchange for something they needed from the Emperor realm. In such an exchange, some people might suffer a small loss, but it was not a big deal. If the value of the items exchanged was too different, they could just use source crystals to make up for the difference. Everyone present had the same discerning eyes. No one would let the other take advantage of them. It was impossible to pick up scraps here. "You don't have anything you want?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "Let's take a look first. If there's anything you want, just tell your senior sister Chen. Your senior sister Chen is in charge of the temple's storeroom, so she can help you exchange 1 or 2 things. Consider it a benefit for being an elder of the temple." As the 2 were talking, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the high platform. Everyone fixed their eyes on the stage and saw a middle-aged man holding a transparent porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside the porcelain bottle, there was a young man. Some liquid swayed slightly, and the strange fluctuation of power was emitted by this droplet-like existence. "This is..." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he vaguely felt that he had seen this thing before. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a cry of surprise in his ears, "Supreme Divine Water." Many people in the Emperor realm were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the liquid in the porcelain bottle. Sure enough, it was Supreme Divine Water. Yang Kai also remembered at this moment. He had indeed seen this thing before, back in the Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. A drop of Supreme Divine Water had appeared there. However, that drop of Supreme Divine Water was eventually obtained by Morong Xiao Xiao, and he didn't know whether it had been used up or not. In the Star Boundary, there were 3 great divine waters: Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Life Revitalizing Jade Cream, and Immortal Source Liquid, each of which was formed by seizing the heavens and earth and had a great effect on the growth of a cultivator. Yang Kai had obtained all 3 of these divine waters, but there was another type of divine water that, although not included in the 3 great divine waters, was superior in both value and effect. That was Supreme Divine Water. Because this thing was only used to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, it didn't have much effect on the cultivator itself, so it wasn't included in the 3 great divine waters, but no one could deny its rarity. If a spirit herb could be nourished by a drop of supreme divine water, its growth period would be greatly shortened. In just a year, it could grow to several hundred years old without any harm, as if it had grown naturally. Supreme divine water was also the divine water that alchemists coveted the most. Just imagine, a precious spirit herb would take several hundred years to mature, but if there was a drop of supreme divine water, it might blossom and bear fruit next year, and be used for alchemy. The medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead contained countless heavy earths and a lot of earth vein beads, which also had the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit herbs. Many spirit herbs grew in the sealed world bead's medicine garden, and 1 year of growth was equivalent to 100 years of growth in the outside world. Its effect was similar to supreme divine water, but Yang Kai was still very interested in supreme divine water, because the firmament tree might need supreme divine water to accelerate its sealing power. The sealing power contained in the gold and silver firmament tree could seal the ancient demonic qi in Yang Kai's body, but if Yang Kai used the means to become the demon race, the seal would be broken. At that time, he would need to borrow the power of the firmament tree to reseal the demonic qi, otherwise he would definitely become a demon. The middle-aged man on the stage didn't have much supreme divine water, at most 3 to 5 drops. If it fell into the hands of others, it would only be able to accelerate the growth of a few precious spirit herbs, but in Yang Kai's hands, it might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Thinking about it, Yang Kai already had a plan. The middle-aged man on the stage looked around and smiled slightly. I don't think there is any need for me to explain the supreme divine water's name. Everyone, please bid as you see fit, but I don't need source crystals. If there is something suitable, I will make an exchange. These words sounded too cunning. He didn't offer any exchange conditions, but it gave the impression that he was asking for an exorbitant price, which made many of the emperors in the audience very unhappy. However, this item was his, so whether or not he wanted to exchange it was his business, so even if they were unhappy, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. After a moment of silence, space rings flew onto the stage and were thrown towards the middle-aged man. The contents of these space rings were obviously for exchange. Yang Kai also put some things in his space ring, and he was absolutely sincere. He had too many good things in his hands, so he didn't care about such a small loss. As long as he could exchange for supreme divine water, this price was naturally worth it. The middle-aged man checked the contents of the space rings one by one, but returned them one by one, causing many of the people in the Emperor realm to look disappointed and secretly gnash their teeth, thinking that this guy was insatiably greedy. They thought that the things in their space rings were enough to exchange for supreme divine water, but they were all returned. When it was Yang Kai's space ring, the middle-aged man glanced at it but didn't immediately return it. Instead, he pondered for a moment before holding it in his hand and continuing to check other space rings. This detail made Yang Kai's heart move, knowing that his space ring met the middle-aged man's requirements, but he hadn't made a decision yet. After a while, when the middle-aged man checked another space ring, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he returned Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's face darkened as he pinched the space ring with a depressed expression. He felt that the price he offered was generous enough, and it was impossible for others to offer a higher price, but the owner of the supreme divine water didn't choose him. So, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that someone else offered a higher price, but this was unlikely. With Yang Kai sitting here, if he dared to claim to be the second wealthiest, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Then, there was only one other possibility left. The item that the other party sent out for exchange was exactly what the middle-aged man urgently needed, and he immediately catered to his liking. Thank you all for your consideration. This one has decided to exchange with this friend. The middle-aged man finished checking all the space rings, smiled slightly, and threw the porcelain bottle containing the supreme divine water off the stage. One person reached out to grab it and stuffed it into his space ring. Yang Kai glanced at the man and silently memorized his appearance. The exchange continued, and from time to time, good things were presented, causing everyone to scramble for them. However, everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm, so it was impossible for them to mess up the order. So no matter how lively the scene was, it was orderly. Basically, anyone could exchange for an item they were satisfied with. and only a few people returned disappointed. An hour later, a short old man walked onto the stage, a kind smile on his face, making everyone who saw him have a good impression of him, and said, "This old man doesn't have anything good, but since I've come, I can't return empty-handed. I have something I hope everyone can appreciate." As he spoke, he took out an object that looked like a rouge box. The rouge box wasn't big, only about the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely crafted, and its surface was sparkling beautifully. Many women's eyes lit up when they saw it. However, everyone knew that this was definitely not a rouge box. Something that could be taken out by someone from the Emperor realm couldn't be ordinary. Divine senses swept over the box, one after another, to investigate its contents. After a short while, many people from the Emperor realm had strange expressions on their faces. "Everyone, please take a look." The old man smiled slightly and reached out to touch the lid of the box. In the next moment, a gentle and pleasant tinkling sound came out from the box, composing a simple yet miraculous melody. The sound seemed to contain a strange power, transforming into an invisible hand that calmed the anxiety and impatience in everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to suddenly become calm. Chapter 2774. When the music rang out, the many emperors were fine, but the disciples brought here by their elders had mixed reactions. The lower their cultivation, the stronger their reactions. One of the Origin King realm cultivator couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his eyes shining brightly as if he had been enlightened. Ding-dong sounds continued to ring out as the box rose higher and higher. Only now did everyone see that the box was not a rouge box, but something that looked like a pagoda. After it rose higher and higher, the pagoda began to take shape. It was about 3 feet tall, and a rough count revealed that there were actually 9 levels to it. Each floor was rotating, left or right, fast or slow. As the pagoda rotated, the music gradually changed, but it was still pleasing to the ears. When the pagoda was completely formed, a layer of hazy mist emerged. This mist was blue in color and soon filled the hall. Looking up again, the hall was actually a star field, dotted with stars. They did not seem to be in the All Saints' Hall, but in the boundless starry sky. When they stretched out their hands, it was as if the stars were within reach, giving off a wondrous feeling. The faces of the cultivators from the Emperor realm turned solemn as they faintly realized the magical use of this treasure box. They were all calculating in their hearts what price they would pay to exchange for this treasure box. Asterisk voila. Asterisk with a light sound. The stars in the sky shattered and disappeared. The extremely beautiful scenery also disappeared without a trace. Accompanied by the pleasant melody, the treasure box slowly shrank and once again transformed into the appearance of a rouge box. From the outside, there was nothing strange about it. The Tao Source Realm and Origin King Realm Cultivator also came back to their senses in an instant, each of them showing a look of longing as they stared at the treasure box with fiery eyes. Holding the treasure box, the old man smiled and said, "Heavenly Note Treasure Box. The sounds of nature and the illusions it creates are of great benefit to the cultivation of any cultivator below the Tao Source Realm. If you can cultivate with the assistance of the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are no negative effects. This treasure box was obtained by this old master by chance when he was young, and has been with this old master since he entered the Saint Realm. It has been 1,000 years, and this old master's achievements today are all thanks to it." After listening to the old man's explanation, everyone immediately understood that their previous guess was correct. Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm present couldn't feel the magical effects of the Heavenly Note treasure box, they could infer from the reactions of the later disciples that this treasure was indeed of great help to the cultivation of a lower cultivator. With the help of the strange and magical music and the beautiful illusions, it brought great benefits to the cultivation of a cultivator. This was not something that could be compared to taking spirit pills. Every kind of spirit pill had a trace of toxicity. It was fine to consume a small amount, but if one consumed too many, it would be detrimental to a cultivator's growth. However, the Heavenly Note treasure box was different. Everything was natural. Everyone was even more curious. Who was the one who refined such a treasure? And from what the old man said, the heavenly note treasure box had been with him for 1,000 years. In that case, this thing was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. It was very likely that it was something that had been passed down for a very long time, perhaps even dating back to the ancient era. The old man continued, "To be honest, this old master is not willing to exchange such a treasure. It's just that this old master has no descendants and no disciples. If this heavenly note treasure box continues to stay in this old master's hands, it will be like a pearl covered in dust. This old master hopes that it can play its role again. Consider it my thanks for helping this old master all these years." The old man's words were a little lonely, but it shocked everyone who heard it. Generally speaking, for a cultivator like this old man who had no sect or background, his path of cultivation would be full of thorns and obstacles. It was rare for him to achieve great success, and it was extremely difficult for him to break through to the Emperor realm. But he was now a master in the Emperor realm, most likely because of the heavenly note treasure box. But there is one thing that everyone should know. Although this heavenly note treasure box is magical, it has no effect on the Emperor realm. Even Tao's source realm cultivators are greatly reduced. Only cultivators below the Tao source realm can understand the wonders of this heavenly note treasure box. The old man seemed to be an honest person, so he did not hide anything and told everyone about the drawbacks of the heavenly note treasure box. But even so what? The emperors present were not existences like this old man. They either had countless disciples or their own family descendants. Those who had disciples below the Tao source realm were countless. Take Azure Sun Temple as an example. Such a large sect, there were cultivators of all levels. There were plenty of cultivators below the Tao source realm, so the heavenly note treasure box was of great use to them. If Azure Sun Temple could get the heavenly note treasure box, then disciples below the Tao source realm would have one more choice for cultivation in the future. The attraction of this thing to sects and families was huge. So when the old man's voice fell, someone in the audience could not help but ask, "Old Lu, may I ask what you want to exchange this heavenly note treasure box for?" "Yes, Old Lu, name a price so that everyone can prepare. We will not let you down." There were even some sect masters who secretly transmitted sound transmissions to Elder Lu, promising him the position of elder or even vice sect master, hoping that he would join their sect. Unfortunately, the result was destined to disappoint them. There were countless people like Elder Lu in the star boundary. Some of them didn't have the opportunity to join the sect, and some of them didn't have enough aptitude, so they couldn't join the sect. However, there were also some who were idle and didn't want to be bound by the sect. Old Lu was undoubtedly the latter kind of person. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he would be welcome to join any sect. Even Azure Sun Temple would have a place for him. Elder Lu politely rejected those who secretly sent him voice transmissions. After a while, Old Lu said, "This old man began to cultivate a secret technique a few years ago and needs a monster beast monster core. So this old man hopes to exchange this heavenly note treasure box for a monster beast's monster core." Monster beast's monster core. When the crowd heard this, some were happy, some were sad, and some had different expressions. The monster core this old man needs must be a 12th order monster beast's monster core, and this old man wants to exchange it for 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. 5 elements monster cores. 2 sets? There was a burst of exclamations. Many people in the Emperor realm frowned, feeling that this old Lu was asking for too much. A 12th order monster core, even if it was a low-rank one, was worth 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals. A set of 5 elements monster cores included the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The average price was at least 10 to 15 million, and because it was a complete set, the price was even higher, probably close to 20 million. A set of 5 elements monster cores was 20 million, so 2 sets were 40 million. This was calculated based on the 12th order low-rank monster cores. Although the heavenly note treasure box was extraordinary, it was only useful for cultivator below the Tao source realm. Who would be willing to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals to buy this? Even if there was, it was not cost-effective. So when Old Lu said this, the people in the Emperor realm, who were originally interested, were silent. However, many people turned their eyes to Chiu Ran and several Azure Sun Temple elders. 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores, the people in the Emperor realm present definitely could not take out. Only the owner of this place, Azure Sun Temple, could take it out. Everyone immediately understood that Elder Lu had thrown out the Heavenly Note treasure box on such an occasion because he was aiming for the Azure Sun Temple. He wanted to make a deal with the Azure Sun Temple. If even the Azure Sun Temple couldn't satisfy him, then this exchange could only be called off. Sure enough, the divine soul power of several Azure Sun Temple elders fluctuated, obviously communicating with each other through voice transmission. After a while, Ran slowly shook his head. Old Lu, who was standing on the high platform, suddenly looked disappointed. The temple doesn't want this treasure box? Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting. He was a guest elder of the temple and had no right to decide matters related to the temple's interests, so Ran and the others did not inform him when they were discussing. The asking price is too high, and the temple does not have a set of 5 elements monster cores, Gao Shueting replied. 12th order monster beast monster cores were rare, and a set was even rarer. Although there were more than a dozen 12th order monster beast monster cores in the Azure Sun Temple's warehouse, and they were all in good condition, only the earth attribute was missing. Naturally, it could not meet Old Lu's requirements. If the temple doesn't want it, then I'll take it, Yang Kai grinned. Gao Shueting looked at him in surprise. You have 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores? Yes or no? Discuss it with him. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looked up at the high platform and said, Old Lu, take a look at this. It may meet your requirements. While speaking, he raised his hand and threw a space ring. Old Lu caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he frowned and said, Elder Yang, this seems to be a bit lacking. There was a set of 12th order 5 elements monster cores in the space ring, but there was only one set. The remaining 2 sets were high-grade 11th order monster cores. Yang Kai shook his head and said, a 12th order monster beast monster core, and a set at that. How could it be so easy to obtain? Even these are things I obtained by chance. Old Lu, take a look and see if you can exchange them. If not, then forget it. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that Yang Kai's exchange items might not meet Old Lu's requirements, but they should be what he needed, which was why Old Lu was so hesitant. Old Lu was silent and did not immediately give an answer. Yang Kai suddenly transmitted his voice. However, there is a piece of news I can give Old Lu. It's about the 12th order monster beast monster cores. What? Maplewood City's Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will produce 2 12th order monster cores every 6 months, and there are even high-grade monster cores. Old Lu, you should pay more attention to them. You might be able to get another set. How did you know about this? Old Lu was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. I was the one who provided those monster cores, so how could I not know? Yang Kai found it funny, but he replied, I'm good friends with a manager in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and he told me about this. Chapter 2775. Good. Old Lu was overjoyed. If things were really as Yang Kai said, then he didn't need to rush to get 2 sets of monster cores. He could just get 1 set for cultivation first and figure out how to get the rest later. These things can be exchanged, but this old master hopes that Elder Yang can compensate me with 10 million high-rank source crystals. After all, these things are too different from this old master's price. This old man looks very simple and honest, but he's so black-hearted. Yang Kai cursed silently and said without thinking, 5 million. Old Lu was silent for a while, seemingly considering, but finally nodded and said, deal. Yang Kai immediately sent another 5 million high-rank source crystals to exchange for the Heavenly Note treasure box from Old Lu and stuffed it into his space ring. Junior brother, you've just become an elder of the temple, yet you're already spending so much for the temple. Senior sister must thank you on behalf of many disciples. In the future, when the disciples are successful in their cultivation, they will definitely remember your kindness. Gao Shueting's voice suddenly drilled into Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's face darkened and he turned his head to look, only to see Gao Shueting staring straight at the stage, as if she wasn't talking to him. This, Senior Sister Gao, this treasure box is mine. Gao Shueting tilted her head and her eyes sharpened. Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. Of course, It's not a problem for the temple's disciples to use. Gao Shueting nodded and said, Junior brother, you're too kind. Laughing dryly, Kai Young felt like he had eaten a bitter pill. In his heart, he was thinking about how to get the best of both worlds. The following exchange still had many treasures on the stage. Many disciples of the Emperor Realm went on stage one by one, presenting their treasures that they had kept for many years. It often caused a commotion. However, this was Azure Sun Temple's territory. Everyone obeyed the rules. Even though the deal had failed, they still maintained their composure. No one dared to stir up trouble. Yang Kai also took action a few times in exchange for some rare materials and even an ancient pill recipe. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the exchange ended and everyone got up together. As the host, the Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups led by Chiu Ran naturally politely asked them to stay, but no one really stayed and they all said goodbye. Not long after, the 100 or so Emperor Realm Masters and the disciples they had brought with them all left. Junior brother Yang, come to this old man's spirit jade peak later. It's time to choose a place for you. Chiu Ran suddenly said, S. Brother. As he spoke, he dashed out of the hall. He turned into a stream of light and flew out. Chiu Ran frowned and said with a sigh, young people are always in a hurry. He didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do at this time, but even something as important as choosing a spirit peak had to be postponed. It seemed like he was going to deal with something urgent. Looking around, his eyes fixed in a certain direction, he cupped his fist and said, Sect Master Zhang, I've been waiting for a long time. There was a ripple in the void. In the center of the ripple, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He walked step by step from the void with a hint of surprise on his face. Elder Yang has good eyesight. He hid there with some vigilance in his heart, but he didn't expect to be seen through by Yang Kai at a glance. He was indeed capable to be conferred as an elder by Azure Sun Temple. The key was that he was young enough. Compared to him, Zhang Dashan gave birth to a feeling of being in his twilight years. I don't know why Elder Yang sent me a voice transmission and asked me to wait here. What's the matter? When the exchange ended, he was about to leave when he heard Yang Kai's voice transmission, so he deliberately waited here. Otherwise, he would have returned to his sect long ago. If it was someone else who sent him such a voice transmission, he would have ignored it. But Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so he had to treat it with caution. He could only wait here. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Zhang, please forgive me. I want Sect Master Zhang to transfer something to me. Zhang Dashan frowned and understood at once. What about Divine Tai E water? When the owner of Divine Tai E water took out this thing to exchange, Yang Kai also offered a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the end, Divine Tai E water fell into his hands. Zhang Dashan and Yang Kai had never interacted before. If Yang Kai was looking for him for something, it could only be Divine Tai E water. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Dashan immediately showed a look of vigilance. His divine sense swept around, as if he could be ambushed at any time. Yang Kai laughed and said, Sect Master Zhang, you don't have to be like this. I came alone because I sincerely want to exchange this Divine Tai E water with Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Dashan frowned and said, if that's the case, then I'm sorry. This Divine Tai E water is also very useful to me, so I have to disappoint Elder Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Sect Master Zhang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me guess what you want this Divine Tai E water for. Zhang Dashan's frown deepened. He was quite impatient because of Yang Kai's pestering. He had already refused. What else did he want to say? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and said, the function of Divine Tai E water is nothing more than to promote the growth of spirit medicine. For alchemists, it is a good thing that can only be found but not sought. I'm afraid this is also why Sect Master Zhang wants this Divine Tai E water, right? Yes. Zhang Dashan nodded and admitted. This was not difficult to guess, so it did not show any wisdom. Yang Kai smiled and said, it's just that I see that Sect Master Zhang's hands are delicate, without any smoke or fire aura, and there are no traces of spirit medicine. Therefore, Sect Master Zhang should not be proficient in alchemy. Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, The path of martial arts is long and difficult. I don't have the leisure or the ability to study alchemy. Yang Kai looked confident and said with a smile, "So, Sect Master Zhang, this divine Tai water is a gift to someone? What's more, it's an alchemy grandmaster. For Sect Master Zhang to give such a big gift, it seems that Sect Master Zhang has something to ask of the other party. It should be a pill request, right?" After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Grandmaster Huangpu?" Zhang Dashan finally showed a trace of surprise. "Elder Yang can even guess this?" Yang Kai sneered, "There are not many famous alchemists in the Southern Territory, and I'm afraid that only a few alchemy emperors can make Sect Master Zhang give away such a treasure like the divine Tai water. There is no need to mention the other alchemy emperors, as they all have their own affiliations, and it is extremely difficult to meet them, let alone ask for alchemy pills. However, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is open to business, and Master Huangpu has been refining pills for people all year round. Generally speaking, people will only ask for alchemy pills from him." Zhang Dashan did not hide anything and nodded, "Yes, this divine Tai water is indeed a gift to Master Huangpu." Yang Kai said, "Sect Master Zhang wants to use this treasure to let Master Huangpu have the priority to refine your spirit pills?" "Why not?" "Of course not. It's just that Master Huangpu is famous outside, and there are countless people who ask him for alchemy. Who wouldn't give him a valuable gift? Sect Master Zhang's divine Tai water is precious, but it may not be the best. Maybe even if Master Huangpu accepts the gift, you will have to wait for a while." Zhang Dashan frowned. This Zhang naturally knows this, but as long as Master Huangpu accepts the gift, there should be a result within 3 months. It's better than waiting for a few years. 3 months? Yang Kai sneered and raised a finger. "I can let Sect Master Zhang get the spirit pills you want in 1 day." "What?" Zhang Dashan trembled. "1 day? That's impossible." "Whether it's possible or not, it depends on whether Sect Master Zhang is willing to believe me or not." Zhang Dashan's expression suddenly became hesitant. If Yang Kai had said this to him yesterday, he would have only scoffed, but today was different. Yang Kai was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and with the golden name of Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai's words had some credibility. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Dashan said, "Elder Yang, which alchemy master do you know? I wonder if Sect Master Zhang has heard of the name Jiying?" Yang Kai asked. "Jiying?" Zhang Dashan murmured and fell into deep thought. Soon, his expression brightened, and his eyes lit up. "Master Jiying? The one under the wondrous pill Great Emperors? Who else could it be? No way." Zhang Dashan was very surprised. "That master is in the Northern Territory, Elder Yang. You said before that within 1 day." Yang Kai interrupted him. "Jiying is now in Azure Sun Temple, and I have some friendship with him. It's not a problem to ask him to refine a spirit pill." Zhang Dashan was dumbfounded. Asking an alchemy master to refine a spirit pill, and a disciple under the wondrous pill Great Emperors, was this something that could be done with a little friendship? The most unbelievable thing was that this Master Jiying was now in Azure Sun Temple. Just as Zhang Dashan's imagination was running wild, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. "Sect Master Zhang, do you want to give a valuable gift and wait 3 months or even longer to get a spirit pill? Or are you willing to try and get a spirit pill within 1 day?" But then again, even if Sect Master Zhang can really ask Master Huangpu to refine a spirit pill for you within 3 months, I'm afraid the sky-high service fee will not be reduced. But if you ask me to do it, the service fee will be waived. The service fee will be waived? Zhang Dashan's eyes lit up. To ask an alchemy master to refine a spirit pill, not only must one provide the materials, but also pay a very high service fee. Otherwise, how could those damn alchemy masters be so rich? Only this time, Yang Kai said seriously. Zhang Dashan immediately smelled a different kind of information from this sentence and said excitedly, "Then next time, this Zhang can, of course, next time there will be a fee." Yang Kai chuckled. Zhang Dashan was ecstatic. If he could get on Master Jiying's good side this time, he would no longer have to wait bitterly when he wanted to ask for spirit pills in the future. As for the service fee, it was a matter of course. Observing his expression, Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot and said, "To be honest, Sect Master Zhang, I want this supreme divine water because I want to give it to Master Jiying. Sect Master Zhang, name a price and I can buy it. There is no need. Zhang Dashan was also a decisive person. Since he had made a decision in his heart, he would not hesitate. After a little tidying up, he directly threw a space ring to Yang Kai. The supreme divine water and the materials needed for alchemy are inside. I will have to trouble Elder Yang with this. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, Sect Master Zhang, please wait here for a day. I will come to you tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 2776. The reputation of an Azure Sun Temple Elder was indeed useful. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to get the supreme divine water from Zhang Dashan's hands with just a few words. Zhang Dashan was not a fool. How could he casually give away such a precious treasure like the supreme divine water? It was precisely because of Yang Kai's identity as an elder of Azure Sun Temple that he trusted him. Watching Yang Kai's figure disappear, Zhang Dashan was both excited and nervous. He was excited because he might be able to establish a relationship with Grandmaster Ji Ying through this transaction. If he wanted to ask for any Emperor pills in the future, he would be able to get them first. He was nervous because he didn't know if the Emperor pill he was going to refine this time would be successful. Alchemy was a skill. Even if it was an alchemy emperor, there was a certain chance of failure. Once he failed, the herbs he had painstakingly collected would all be destroyed. It took him 5 years to collect all of them. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhang Dashan was shocked again and slapped his thigh in annoyance. He was so excited that he forgot to tell Yang Kai what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine. However, after thinking about it again, with Grandmaster Ji Ying's eyesight and alchemy skills, he should know what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine after seeing the herbs he had prepared. A day passed as Zhang Dashan waited anxiously. It felt as long as a year. Suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. Zhang Dashan was shocked and looked up. Yang Kai's figure reappeared and threw a jade bottle to Zhang Dashan and said with a smile, Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Hearing this, Zhang Dashan's heart pounded with excitement. He took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, there were 6 round emperor pellets lying quietly in the jade bottle. Taking a whiff of their fragrance, he felt refreshed. Laughing heartily, a look of gratitude appeared on his face as he sincerely said, Many thanks, Elder Yang. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could he get these spirit pills in a day? According to his plan, he had to go to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to ask for Grandmaster Huangpu's Supreme Divine Water, and then wait for a few months to get these spirit pills from Grandmaster Huangpu. Even so, taking 3 or 4 spirit pills was the limit. Who would have thought that in just a single day, his wish would come true? Not only that, there were as many as 6 pills, each of which was of high quality. As expected of the great emperors of wondrous pills, his foundation and ability in alchemy were amazing. He was much better than Master Huangpu. Zhang Dashan couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yang Kai had asked him to stay behind via telepathy yesterday. Fortunately, he had trusted Yang Kai for once. Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to him? For a moment, they were very grateful to Yang Kai. Sect Leader Zhang is too polite. We're just taking what we need. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists and said, Farewell. Elder Yang, please wait. Zhang Dashan suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, Sect Leader Zhang, do you have any other orders? Zhang Dashan stammered, I would like to ask Elder Yang, if I were to ask for a pill in the future. Yang Kai smiled and said, Feel free to come to Azure Sun Temple and find me. Anyway, with Jiying as a coolie, he could refine Emperor pills at will, and he could also collect some fees. Zhang Dashan was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Yang. Yang Kai nodded. His figure swayed, and he returned the way he came. Azure Sun Temple, Lingyu Peak, where Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran lived. Brother Chiu, I'm here. Yang Kai shouted after breaking in, and soon saw Chiu Ran standing there quietly, as if waiting for him. Hey, Brother Chiu, you don't look so good. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Ran in surprise. Chiu Ran said with a dark face, Didn't you ask this old man to wait for a moment yesterday? Is this moment a day? Yang Kai understood why Chiu Ran looked at him with a bitter face, as if he had abandoned him. He immediately scratched his head and smiled. I ran into something. I was delayed. Chiu Ran shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with him, and waved his hand. Come with me. Yang Kai followed obediently. As Chiu Ran entered the hall, Chiu Ran waved his hand. The hall immediately closed. Yang Kai looked around and only noticed traces of spirit arrays in the hall, but he couldn't see what kind of spirit array it was. At the center of the hall, there was a huge sand table. At first glance, one could see that there was a huge sand table. This sand table seemed to have a trace of spirituality, flowing slowly, but upon closer inspection, it was a dead object. It was very strange. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, Is this Azure Sun Mountain Range? Chiu Ran nodded and said, Yes, this is my Azure Sun Mountain Range's mountain range map. While speaking, Chiu Ran waved his hand, and under his Emperor Qi, the sand table immediately came to life. Verdant trees, mountain ranges, and rugged rocks appeared, just like a miniature version of the Azure Sun Mountain Range. Every mountain peak and ravine in the Azure Sun Mountain Range could be found here. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, wondering if he should let Hua Qingxi create such a mountain range map when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. This kind of thing should not be rare in a great sect, but it needed to be refined very carefully. With the current heritage of the High Heaven Palace, it should not be difficult to do so. My Azure Sun Temple is located in the Azure Sun Mountain Range. The mountain range is named after the temple. There are a total of 1352 large and small spirit peaks. Among them, there are 27 main peaks for the elders to live in. Now, most of them are empty. You can choose which of the remaining ones you like. Chiu Ran pointed to the mountain and said. Yang Kai looked carefully for a while and said, Brother Chiu, these green places are inhabited, right? Chiu Ran nodded and said, Yes, the green peaks are inhabited, and the white peaks are unoccupied. Saying so, he pointed to a position on the mountain range map. This old master's Spirit Jade Peak. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With Spirit Jade Peak as a reference, the structure of the mountain range map became clearer. Of the 27 spirit peaks, except for about 10 occupied by the temple's elders, there were still more than a dozen. Yang Kai looked at them and felt a little dizzy, unable to make a decision for a long time. Chiu Ran pointed to a spirit peak and said, This is not bad, junior brother. Why don't you consider it? Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and pointed to a nearby peak. If I remember correctly, this is Purple Bamboo Peak, right? Yes. This is junior sister Gao's Purple Bamboo Peak. Then forget it. Yang Kai had a look of disdain. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, the person he was most afraid of was Gao Shueting. Although with his current strength, if he really fought with Gao Shueting would most likely lose, but it was better to avoid being neighbors with Gao Shueting. Then take a look yourself. Chiu Ran did not comment. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly pointed and said, Let's go with this spirit peak. Chiu Ran glanced at it and nodded slightly. Lingjian Peak is not bad, but the location is relatively remote, and the peak is not too big. The 27 spirit peaks for the elders to live in were not very different in general, whether it was the scale or the density of the world energy. After all, they were all at the level of the main peaks. It was just that this Lingjian Peak was a little farther from the core area of the Azure Sun Mountain Range, but with the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, it was not a big deal. Since Junior Martial Brother has already chosen, then Lingjian Peak will do. Chiu Ran waved his hand, and the mountain ripple map disappeared in an instant, revealing the appearance of the sand table again. He said again, Junior Brother, your Elder's token can open the many restrictions of Lingjian Peak. After you go there, remember to refine the Elder's token and Lingjian Peak into one. From then on, Lingjian Peak is your territory. Without your permission, even this old man can't enter and leave at will. Thank you, Brother Chiu. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Go. Chiu Ran waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately left. Out of Lingyu Peak, he identified the direction and flew all the way to Lingjian Peak. In less than a cup of tea's time, a straight and steep mountain peak came into view from afar. At first glance, this mountain peak was like a sharp sword piercing straight into the ground, giving off a threatening aura. This was also where the name Lingjian Peak came from. The mountain peak was towering and steep, and the terrain was strangely high. Clouds and mist surrounded the mountainside, and there were many birds and beasts in the mountain peak. It was like a fairyland. Yang Kai glanced at it from a distance and was very satisfied. Although he was the master of the High Heaven Palace, who occupied a large part of Lingchuan Mountain, and was just a guest elder of the Azure Sun Temple, he now had his own place in the Southern Territory. This scene was very gratifying. He turned into a stream of light and flew to the top of the mountain. After landing, he looked around and saw several exquisite palaces. Although no one lived in them all year round and they were not renovated, with the protection of the spirit array, these palaces did not show the slightest sign of dilapidation. In fact, they were spotless. Standing in place, he released his divine sense, pouring out like a tide, covering the entire Lingjian Peak. In a flash, Yang Kai knew the situation of Lingjian Peak like the back of his hand. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai walked around, inspecting his territory like a king of a country. After wandering for half a day, when Yang Kai returned to the palace on the top of the mountain again, he couldn't help but be stunned. Brother and senior sister, why are you here? Gao Shueting and others were waiting here. Seeing Yang Kai return, Gao Shueting pursed her lips and smiled. We're here to congratulate you. Yang Kai laughed and said, didn't you already congratulate me yesterday? Why? Am I not welcome? Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai was surprised and hurriedly said, how dare I? It's just a pleasant surprise. Everyone, please come in. While talking, he invited the elders of the temple into the palace. Without waiting for Yang Kai to settle down, Gao Shueting suddenly waved her hand, and hundreds of jars of fine wine were placed on the ground. She then said in a forthright manner, the temple has gained another elder. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chun Qian's pretty face turned pale. Senior sister, don't be impulsive. Di Rong's face also changed, and his body involuntarily stepped back, saying, I suddenly remembered that the temple master is looking for me, so I'll go first. Gao Shueting squinted her eyes, and a sound came out of her nostrils. Di Rong suddenly stiffened and turned to look at Yukuin, hoping that he could save him from this disaster. However, he saw that Yukuin was sweating and his face was pale. Chapter 2777. Half a day later, a group of people huddled together in a corner, their faces pale. Chen Qian and another female elder were shivering. Yang Kai looked in horror at the beautiful figure dancing like a fairy with an emperor artifact sword in her hand. He swallowed hard and asked, what's going on? That figure moved about freely, swaying and on the verge of collapse. He held a wine jar in his hand, and his eyes were scarlet red. From time to time, he would take a sip of the wine and say that it was good wine. When he drank to the peak, he would find it even harder to control himself. His long sword trembled, creating sword flowers, and cold light wantonly. Di Rong said bitterly, Junior brother Yang, you entered the temple late, so I'm afraid you don't know the 3 taboos of our temple. I didn't expect you to see them on your first day as an elder. It's really worthy of celebration. Yang Kai was stunned. 3 taboos? What 3 taboos? Chun Qian whispered, Temple Master, Brother Chiu is angry and Senior Sister Gao is drinking. What kind of taboos are these? Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Looking at the person in front of him again, he felt that the noble and holy image of this woman in his mind had completely collapsed. Now, this woman was just like a crazy woman. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Yang Kai asked, why does Senior Sister Gao seem to have changed into a different person after drinking? Could it be that she has been possessed by some evil person? It's not that serious. Yukuin quickly waved his hand and said with a strange expression, it's just that Junior Sister Gao was born unable to drink. That can't be, right? Senior Sister Gao is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how powerful the spirit wine is, she can easily dissolve it with her Emperor Qi. How did it become like this? Chun Qian sighed. It's all because of our Temple Master. What does it have to do with the Temple Master? Yang Kai was surprised. He felt that what he saw today had turned his worldview upside down. Chun Qian said, "Senior Sister Gao was raised by the temple master. You should know about this, right?" I vaguely heard about it." Yang Kai nodded. Chun Qian showed a sad expression, and then said, "When Senior Sister Gao was young, she was very young. The hall master then forced her to drink wine. Every time she drank, she would get drunk. In the end, there was one time when she drank too much and went crazy for several days and nights. Ever since that time, Senior Sister Gao became like this whenever she touched alcohol." In just a few words, he outlined Gao Shuiting's tragic childhood life. It was really sad and made people cry. This is simply devoid of conscience. How infuriating. Yang Kai cursed angrily. These words resonated with the other elders, and they all nodded in agreement. Their eyes did not conceal the disdain they had for the hall master. Startled for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Since she can't drink, she should know it herself. Where did she get so much spirit wine?" As he spoke, Yang Kai took a sniff of the wine and praised, "This is spirit wine that has been sealed for hundreds of years. TSK. It's wasted just like that. Who knows where she got it?" Qin Xian was about to cry. "I'm probably in a good mood these few days. Last night, she went to my little spring peak and chatted with me for most of the night before she went back." Another female elder continued, "She came to find me in the latter half of the night." Yang Kai sighed, "Now that things have come to this, what should we do? When will she stop acting crazy?" Chun Xian said, "Everything will be fine after she finishes the wine." Yang Kai glanced around and said with a headache, "There are still 100 jars left. How long will it take?" At her speed, it will take at least a few days and nights. There is no other way." Qin Xian shook her head. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and a look of determination flashed across his face. He stood up. "Junior brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yu Kuan was shocked. "Drink with her. The sooner we finish the wine, the sooner we can be done." As he spoke, he strode forward. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still go. All the elders showed a look of admiration in an instant. Looking at his back, they were shocked for a moment. "Yang." Dirong shook his head and sighed. "Don't talk nonsense. Take advantage of junior brother Yang's entanglement with her. Let's go quickly." Yu Kuan winked at the crowd. He glanced at Yang Kai, who was suddenly hugged by Gao Shuiting and forced to drink wine. He immediately looked away and couldn't bear to look anymore. "Junior brother, we will remember your kindness. We will repay you generously in the future." Everyone understood tacitly and held their breaths as they tiptoed out. Just as they walked to the door of the main hall, a light suddenly slashed at them and brushed past Yu Kuan's cheek. A few strands of black hair were cut off and fluttered in the air. A deep gully was cut in the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the array, this blow would have made the main hall collapse. "Wanna leave?" Gao Shuiting's face was as cold as the north wind from hell. Even the air seemed to be frozen. Her cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Take another step and let me see." Chen Xian looked at Gao Shuiting pitifully and whispered, "Senior Sister Gao, you're drunk." Gao Shuiting threw Yang Kai aside and her figure flickered. In an instant, she appeared at the gate and blocked the way. She slashed down with the long sword in her hand and looked at Qin Xian with an imposing manner. "How am I drunk?" You. I. Qin Xian was at a loss. At this moment, the emperor realm was like a mouse seeing a cat. She couldn't say a word. "Don't talk nonsense. Come and drink." Gao Shuiting hugged Qin Xian and clamped her neck in her arms. She grabbed the wine jar and poured it into her mouth. Qin Xian only drank a few mouthfuls before she couldn't help but spit it out. The wine dripped down her slender neck and wet her clothes. Her gentle image of a pretty girl from a humble family was gone. After finishing the jar of wine, Gao Shuiting let go of Qin Xian and abandoned her. Qin Xian immediately collapsed on the ground like mud. She hammered her chest with her hands and coughed continuously. Her face was flushed red. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gao Shuiting laughed. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. She turned her beautiful eyes and stared at Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan immediately jumped up and reached out to grab a jar of wine. He quickly said, "Junior Sister Gao, You don't have to do anything. I'll help myself to my brother." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank boldly. Only then did Gao Shueting show a satisfied look. Her beautiful eyes turned again. All the elders who were targeted by her looked as if their parents had died. They quickly took the wine and drank it in big mouthfuls. Gao Shueting laughed mischievously. She had completely lost her mind. She shook the long sword in her hand again and danced with it in the main hall. For a moment, sword chi flew everywhere, hitting Yang Kai and the others and making them flee in embarrassment. Junior brother Yang. Chun Xian finally came back to her senses. She wiped the corner of her mouth and kindly reminded him, "Don't use your cultivation to dissolve your drunkenness. Otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Yang Kai asked in horror. He asked a little too late. Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. She reached out and grabbed his collar. She lifted him up like a chicken and said in a cold voice, "You little brat, you're dishonest. How dare you cheat?" As she spoke, the long sword in her hand trembled as if it would fall out of her hand at any time. Yang Kai's face was pale. He clamped his legs and exclaimed, "Senior Sister Gao, please show mercy." "Humph. You want me to show mercy?" Gao Shueting snorted coldly. She looked Yang Kai up and down and nodded. "That's easy." She flicked the long sword, and a jar of spirit wine appeared on the tip of the sword. Then, she steadily sent it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a bitter expression, but under Gao Shueting's threatening gaze, he could only grit his teeth and pick up the wine jar. He drank heartily. "Good, good, good." Gao Shueting clapped her hands and jumped around happily. She looked like a little girl who had gotten a new toy. After Yang Kai finished drinking, another jar of wine was sent to him. Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter expression. "Are you going to drink or not?" Gao Shueting's face suddenly turned cold. "Drink, drink, drink, drink." Yang Kai stared at the long sword under his crotch and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. After drinking 13 jars of spirit wine that had been sealed for hundreds of years, Yang Kai burped and his body swayed. Under the sympathetic gazes of many elders, he struggled to open his mouth and said, "Brothers, senior sister, this little brother will take his leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back. "Trash." Gao Shueting kicked Yang Kai mercilessly. She sneered and leaned on Yang Kai, using Yang Kai as a cushion. She held the jar of wine with both hands and poured it into her mouth. The pure, dry, and strong wine turned into a rain of arrows and was finished in a few breaths. With Yang Kai's example as an example, many elders did not dare to hesitate anymore. Each of them held a jar of wine and began to drink. For a time, the entire hall was filled with a gloomy fog, as if Azure Sun Temple was going to be destroyed by someone else. The spirit wine was very strong, and it could not be dissolved by using one's secret art. Even the emperors could not bear it. After a while, Chun Xian could not hold it anymore. She only felt that the whole world was shaking, and her eyelids seemed to be pressed by several mountains. She could not open her eyes. Her body tilted, and she lay on the ground and fell asleep. After a while, another female elder followed in her footsteps. Yukuan and Dirong were put down one after another. After another half a day, the hall was filled with snoring sounds. The elders of the Azure Sun Temple all fell to the ground. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. When had the high and mighty the Emperor realm ever lost their self-control like this? And it was not just one or two, but a group. Gao Shueting was the only one who persevered and fought with the wine. It was not until she finished the last jar that she smacked her lips and fell to the ground. "How dare you gather in broad daylight to drink? What a scandal!" On Lingyu Peak, Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran slammed the table. His beard was in a mess. The group of Azure Sun Temple elders in front of him all lowered their heads and looked embarrassed. "You are all elders of the Divine Hall. Each of you holds an important position and is the cornerstone of the Divine Hall. If there was a strong enemy yesterday, where would the Divine Hall's thousands of years of foundation go?" Chiu Ran said angrily, spittle flying everywhere. "Brother, we know we were wrong." Gao Shueting lowered her head and readily admitted her mistake. "You know you were wrong?" Xiao Ran was even more annoyed. He glared at Gao Shueting and shouted, "Do you think you can just say you know you were wrong?" Chapter 2778. Gao Shueting tilted her head and muttered, "What else do you want from me? No wonder you can't find a dual-day partner. You deserve to die alone." "What did you say?" Veins popped out on Xiao Ran's forehead. "Nothing." Gao Shueting's face was cold as she faced Xiao Ran's storm. She said responsibly, "But this happened because of me. Brother, if you want to punish someone, punish me alone. It has nothing to do with them." As soon as she said that, many elders nodded. Yukuan said, "Yes, brother. This happened because of junior sister Gao. We're all victims. If you want to punish someone, punish her alone. Punish her heavily. Don't punish her to appease the public's anger." Yang Kai stared at him as if he was meeting Yukuan for the first time. Xiao Ran sneered, "Who forced you to drink?" Dirong scratched his face and said, "Brother, you have sharp eyes." "That's right." "Bullshit." Xiao Ran was furious. "None of you can escape from what happened yesterday." When the group heard that, they were all dejected as if they had lost their parents. "If you want to punish someone, just do it. Why are you being so long-winded?" Gao Shueting shouted impatiently. You have no sense of seniority at all." Xiao Ran slammed the table again. After a while, he said, "Yesterday's incident had a very bad impact. If the disciples know that they followed the example of their superiors, then what future does the temple have? In view of this, I'll punish you by deducting 3,000 elder contribution points." "Huh? No, Brother Qiao. 3,000 elder contribution points. Just kill me. Brother, please have mercy." The group of elders suddenly yelled as if Qiao Ran had cut off a few pounds of their flesh. Chun Xian looked at Qiao Ran pitifully and said, "Brother, don't be like this." She actually used gentleness to launch an attack. She almost went up and acted coquettishly. "Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll deduct another 2,000 elder contribution points." Qiao Ran's face was stern and detestable. His words seemed to pinch everyone's Achilles heel. The yelling stopped abruptly. "Humph." Qiao Ran looked coldly at Gao Shueting. "As for you, you're the culprit. I'll deduct another 1,000 contribution points from you. A total of 4,000 elder contribution points and 3 months of confinement. If you do it again, you will be severely punished." Gao Shueting pursed her lips. It was obvious that she was dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything. Yang Kai felt sad. In the past, when he was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not have much contact with these elders. Even if he did have occasional interactions, there was a gap in status between them. He couldn't see their true nature. Today, as an elder, he was on equal footing with them. Only now did he have a comprehensive understanding of the noble character of this group of people. For a moment, Yang Kai felt as if his understanding of them had been refreshed. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked up to her with a dry smile. Qiao Ran pondered for a moment and said, "Junior brother Yang, since this is your first offense, I'll let you off for now. Many punishments can be waived." Hearing this, Yang Kai looked happy and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Qiao. Brother is really a good person." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes glared at him with hatred. "This is the only time. There won't be a next time. If there is a next time, there won't be a next time." Yang Kai promised solemnly. "That's for the best." Qiao Ran sighed deeply and said earnestly, "Junior brother Yang, you have achieved so much at such a young age. You must have a promising future, so don't associate with this group of people. You must stay true to your heart." In a single sentence, Yang Kai didn't know whether to accept or not, making him feel extremely awkward. Fortunately, Qiao Ran didn't say anything more. He reprimanded the crowd a little and waved his hand to dismiss them. The group of elders also felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly left. After leaving Lingyu Peak, the group of elders was dejected. Gao Shueting, who was leading the group, kept muttering, vaguely cursing. Her whole body was emitting a chilling aura that made people stay away. It was simply shocking. "Sigh, I just talked about the 3 taboos of the Divine Palace yesterday. I didn't expect that in just 2 days, Junior brother Yang would be lucky enough to see two of them. Yukuan sighed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He asked with concern, "Junior brother, you didn't get scared, right?" "It's okay." Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Why is everyone so afraid of Brother Chiu?" Chun Xian came up and whispered, "Brother Chiu is not only the deputy temple master of the Divine Palace, but also the Torture Hall Elder. He is in charge of the temple masters and elders, and he is in charge of all the disciples. Who dares not to be afraid of him? Even the temple masters have to give him some face." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood and asked again, "Then, what is the elder contribution points?" When Xiu Ran said that he would deduct 3,000 elder contribution points from them, many of the elders acted as if their parents had died. This elder contribution point was obviously a good thing. Yukuan explained, "Junior brother Yang, you have only been an elder for a few days, so you haven't come into contact with this thing yet. Every sect has elder contribution points, just like the Divine Palace. The disciples have disciple contribution points, and the elders have elder contribution points. These elder contribution points can be exchanged for many benefits in the Divine Palace. Intuitively speaking, one elder contribution point is equivalent to 1,000 high-rank source crystals." "So expensive?" Yang Kai was taken aback and silently calculated in his heart. 3,000 elder contribution points. Wouldn't that be equivalent to 3 million high-rank source crystals? The 3 million high-rank source crystals they had spent on this meal were gone. No wonder these temple elders were so distressed. 3 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount for them. Although elder contribution points can be exchanged for source crystals, there is a limit to the amount that can be exchanged for each year. Each person can only exchange for 2,000 elder contribution points each year. If you want more elder contribution points, you can only do things that are beneficial to the Divine Palace, such as completing various elder missions. Generally speaking, the amount of elder contribution points we can save up every year is no more than 5,000 to 6,000. That's right, elder contribution points are also very useful to us. For example, if you want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, you need elder contribution points. 2,000 elder contribution points are required to enter it once. You need elder contribution points to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Yang Kai was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Yukuan patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said sincerely, "Junior brother Yang, let's work hard together in the future." Yang Kai nodded casually, but Yukuan moved closer and said mysteriously, "I'll let you know in advance. In 3 months, you'll be the temple master. During that time, if you can go out, or enter secluded cultivation. Don't show yourself easily." Chun Xian nodded vigorously on the side, as if she had experienced this before. "That's right, Junior brother Yang. You've already seen 2 of the Divine Palace's 3 great taboos, so you definitely won't want to see a third." Yang Kai's face turned pale. Can it be more terrifying than seeing your sister drinking? Chun Xian carefully assessed the situation and said, "It's not that bad, but in any case, it's not a good thing." Yukuan couldn't help but shudder. "I won't say any more. I have to go back and recuperate. My heart hurts so much. I'm going as well. Junior brother, if you have time, come visit my little spring peak." Chun Xian turned around and headed in another direction. After a while, all the elders dispersed and returned to their respective peaks. Gao Shueting, who had left first, was nowhere to be seen. She had probably returned to Purple Bamboo Peak. Xiu Ran had grounded her for 3 months, so she would definitely be angry for a while. Yang Kai returned to his Spirit Sword Peak and sighed as he looked at the messy wine jars in the Spirit Sword Hall. He reached out and picked up the wine jars, throwing them down the mountain. When he reached the 10th wine jar, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the jar and pounced at him. Yang Kai remained calm and pointed a finger at the black shadow. He immediately heard a whimper as the black shadow bounced back and fell to the ground. Looking down, Yang Kai was a little surprised. He saw a small black beast on the ground. It was only about the size of a palm. At first glance, it looked like a puppy. It was crawling on the ground, baring its teeth at Yang Kai and making a threatening sound from its throat. Where did this little thing come from? Yang Kai was surprised. The most important thing was that he didn't find any trace of this little beast before. Although he didn't deliberately investigate anything, such a living thing hiding in the wine jar should have been discovered. But in fact, Yang Kai didn't notice it until the little beast suddenly attacked. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that this little beast didn't seem to be anything special. It appeared in the wine jar of the Spirit Sword Hall because it was attracted by the wine. There were many birds and beasts in the Spirit Sword Peak, so this little beast should be a native of the Spirit Sword Peak. After observing for a while, Kai Yang sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the little beast. But he didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary little beast would sense danger approaching and try to dodge. As a result, it was still caught by Kai Yang. Caught in an instant, the little beast suddenly restrained its hostility. It drooped its tongue and huffed at Yang Kai like a real puppy. "You really know how to judge the situation." Yang Kai grinned, exerting a little force in his hand and tossing the little beast away. After dealing with this inexplicable guest, Yang Kai took out the Elder's Jade Disc and opened the restriction formation of the Spirit Sword Peak. According to Chiu Rant's instructions, he was ready to refine the Spirit Sword Peak's Earth Vein and the Jade Disc. Only in this way could he really become the master of the Spirit Sword Peak. Refining was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of divine sense. It was easy for Yang Kai to find the location of the Earth Vein and grasp the fluctuations of the Earth Vein. After refining for 3 to 5 days, a stream of light flashed on the Jade Disc. At the same time, Yang Kai had a wonderful feeling in his heart, as if the Jade Disc in his hand and the whole Spirit Sword Peak were integrated into one. With a thought, the whole Spirit Sword Peak was under his control. The refining was complete. As soon as he put away the Jade Disc, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a familiar fluctuation of power outside the restriction formation. He was surprised and opened a hole in the restriction formation to let the outside person in. After a while, a stream of light flew in front of the Spirit Sword Hall, revealing Gao Shueting's figure. Chapter 2779. Senior Sister Gao, why are you here? Yang Kai was shocked. While speaking, he quietly looked outside to make sure that no one had seen him before closing the door of the Spirit Sword Hall. Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Why are you so sneaky? What are you planning?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "What could I be planning? It's you who dared to run around after being grounded by Brother Chiu for 3 months. If Brother Chiu knew about this, he would definitely deduct your elder contribution points until you die." Gao Shueting sneered, "That old bastard just put me in confinement, but he didn't say that I was going to be locked up in Purple Bamboo Peak. I can go wherever I want in this divine palace." "That works?" Yang Kai was shocked. Most importantly, he was shocked by the way Gao Shueting addressed him as an old fart. Yang Kai felt that it was necessary for him to get to know Gao Shueting again. Gao Shueting sneered, "Sooner or later, I will take his position as an elder of the disciplinary hall. I will let him taste what it feels like to have his elder contribution points deducted and grounded." Yang Kai's mood was a little complicated. He didn't know if his decision to let Gao Shueting join Azure Sun Temple as a guest elder was the right one. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. He originally thought that Gao Shueting was a noble and holy woman, but now it seemed that she was brought up by Wen Zishan. Her childhood memories were destroyed, and her body and mind were not healthy. How noble and holy could such a person be? His previous impression of her was just a facade. After really understanding her deeply, his worldview was completely destroyed. "By the way, Senior Sister Gao, why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai didn't want to talk about usurping power with her, so he quickly changed the topic. "Well, there's something." Gao Shueting nodded solemnly. Immediately, she flipped her palm and a space ring appeared, which she handed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and swept it with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and said, "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Is this the benefit of becoming an elder of the temple? The temple is really thoughtful, but I have a lot of spirit herbs here. You don't need these." Gao Shueting looked at him and said lightly, "You misunderstood. This is not your benefit. Spirit Sword Peak is your benefit." If you want, you can also ask Junior Sister Chen Qian for some conscript disciples to come to Lingjian Peak and help you manage the flowers and plants. This is also a kind of welfare. As for these spiritual herbs, what do you do?" I want you to refine a spiritual pill, Gao Shueting replied. Refined into pills? Yang Kai's face darkened. So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Doesn't that mean I'll have to refine an emperor pill? That's right. I'm concocting the emperor pill. Gao Shueting nodded. Our deity hall doesn't have an alchemist emperor of our own, but we have accumulated a lot of emperor-grade spirit herbs. It's rare for you to join us, so naturally, I'll leave them to you. Why me? Yang Kai was speechless. Gao Shueting chuckled and said, capable people are always busy. Junior brother, you refined something like the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. Although it has been many years and others may not remember it, as the leading elder, I remember it clearly. I've inquired about it. Being able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill means that you were almost at the level of an alchemist emperor at that time. After a few years, you should have made great progress in the alchemy Tao. If I don't leave these spiritual herbs to you, who else can I give them to? Do you want us deity hall elders to chew on peonies and waste God's gifts? By the way, the day before yesterday, you seem to have refined a furnace of emperor pills at my purple bamboo peak. TSK, you succeeded in half a day. You're really amazing. Although there are a lot of herbs, I believe in your ability. You should be able to finish refining after a year or so of seclusion. Yang Kai was silent for a while, then said seriously, Can I refuse? Yes, Gao Shueting nodded. No one forced you to do this. Then I refuse. Yang Kai returned the ring. Gao Shueting took the ring, turned around, and left. As she walked, she sighed, I was kind enough to help you, but you didn't appreciate it. Forget it. Forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the divine ascension mirror for the rest of your life. Yang Kai immediately raised his hand. Senior sister, please wait. Gao Shueting turned around and looked at him with a smile. Junior brother, do you have anything else to say? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Senior sister, I would have forgotten about the divine ascension mirror if you hadn't mentioned it. A few days ago, I said that I wanted to enter the divine ascension mirror, but you said that someone was using it and that I shouldn't disturb it. May I ask when I can go in? Do you have elder contribution points? Gao Shueting asked back. No. Gao Shueting sneered. 2,000 points per entry. You don't even have elder contribution points, yet you still want to enter the divine ascension mirror? Are you still drunk? But last time, you weren't a deity hall elder. Now that you're a deity hall elder, you naturally have to follow the rules. Otherwise, anyone can enter as they please, and the experience in the divine ascension mirror won't be so precious anymore. Senior sister, how can you be like this? Yang Kai was heartbroken. Gao Shueting turned around and said sincerely, Junior brother, with great power comes great responsibility. As the only alchemist in the deity hall, you have to shoulder the responsibility of refining emperor pills for the deity hall. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Senior sister, you tricked me into becoming a deity hall elder a few days ago because you had this plan in mind. I'm so young, yet you had the heart to lie to me. Gao Shueting smiled. When you refined the extraordinary treasure pill back then, I already had this plan in mind. I really was blind. Yang Kai lamented bitterly, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by someone. When he woke up from his dream, he felt like he was being stabbed by a knife. His face was covered in blood and tears as he complained. Gao Shueting said, Don't be angry. If you don't want to perform alchemy, there's another way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister, please enlighten me. Didn't you say last time that the fifth disciple of the extraordinary treasure pill great emperors is the chief alchemist of your high heaven palace? Since you have subordinates, there's no need for you to do it yourself. That's not a bad idea. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered. After a while, Yang Kai made his decision and asked, What are the benefits? One emperor pill is worth 10 elder contribution points. As long as you can take out 200 emperor pills, you can enter the divine ascension mirror once. What a joke. Yang Kai stomped his feet and said, 10 elder contribution points is only worth 10,000 high-rank source crystals. Which alchemist would give out something so cheap? Damn it. Those bastards ruined my plans and even told you the exchange rate. Gao Shueting's face darkened as she muttered angrily. Yang Kai's face darkened. I heard them. Gao Shueting curled her lips. Then what do you want? One emperor pill for 100 elder contribution points. That's acceptable. 100 elder contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 high-rank source crystals. Generally speaking, it was impossible for an alchemist to refine just one pill per batch. They would usually refine at least 4 or 5 pills. Alchemists outside would need to refine at least 500,000 high-rank source crystals per batch. Yang Kai's offer was almost the same price as the temple's alchemist outside. 20. Gao Shueting bargained without hesitation. 100. Yang Kai did not back down. In your dreams. 100 it is. 30 at most. After an arduous tug-of-war and haggling, Yang Kai finally gave in and agreed that one emperor pill was worth 50 elder contribution points with no upper limit. Come. Sign this soul contract. Gao Shueting flipped her hand, and a contract exuding a strange fluctuation appeared. It was the soul contract produced by the Serene Soul Palace. This thing was common in the Eastern Territory, but it was priceless in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had no idea where she got it from. Senior sister, aren't you looking down on me too much? Junior brother, although I'm young, I won't go back on my word, Yang Kai said with an insulted expression. Just sign it, Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai could not persuade her and could only brand his soul brand on the soul contract. After signing the contract, Gao Shueting immediately beamed with joy and carefully put away the soul contract. She patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, Junior brother, senior sister's happiness in the future depends on you. Yang Kai was flattered by her words, but after thinking for a while, his face suddenly darkened and he said bitterly, Senior sister, this is the mission given to you by Brother Chiu, right? How many elder contribution points will you get after completing this mission? Same as you, Gao Shueting said without raising her head. What do you mean by same as me? The old bachelor offered me one emperor pill for 100 elder contribution points and asked me to persuade you to refine pills for the temple. I'll give you 50 elder contribution points, and I'll also get 50 elder contribution points. Naturally, I'll be the same as you. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became extremely sinister. Senior sister, it must have been hard for you to tell me this news so casually. Senior sister, you're such a good person. I'll remember you. Gao Shueting said lightly, young people, there are always many thorns on the road to growth. You'll learn from your mistakes and slowly get better. I really have to thank senior sister for her teachings. Yang Kai squeezed out these words from between his teeth, feeling the blood in his chest roil and a sweet taste in his throat. Gao Shueting smiled sweetly. Don't forget, you signed a soul contract. Work hard. When you can enter the divine ascension mirror will depend on your progress. She turned around and lazily stretched before opening the door of the spirit sword hall and looking up at the sky. The weather's pretty good. Her delicate body flickered and turned into a streak of light, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clutched his chest with a pained expression. Half a day later, in a remote mountain valley behind Spirit Sword Peak, Yang Kai held the Elder's jade disc in his hand. With a single thought, he mobilized the power of the Earth Vein and Spirit Sword Peak's barrier, concealing a corner of this mountain valley. With this action, even if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master came to this mountain valley, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Yang Kai sighed and took out all kinds of materials from his space ring, preparing to arrange a space array here. He didn't plan to hide this and even wanted to tell Wen Zishan about it, because once Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected, it would greatly benefit both sects. Hua Qingxi was currently collecting specialties from the Northern Territory, and as long as they transported them to the Southern Territory, they would definitely make a huge profit. Correspondingly, if Azure Sun Temple collected supplies from the Southern Territory and transported them to the Northern Territory, they would definitely make a huge profit. Not to mention, if they used a space array to connect the two places, the two sects would be able to help each other. Chapter 2780. Although the arrangement of the space array didn't have any effect in a short time, in the long run, it had a huge impact on both sects. This was also one of the reasons why Yang Kai agreed to become an elder of Azure Sun Temple. As long as he became an elder, he would have his own spirit peak, and the arrangement would be much simpler. But now that he had been cheated by Gao Shueting, Yang Kai had to reconsider. If Gao Shueting knew about this, then Jiying might become the exclusive alchemist of the temple in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would never be able to touch him again. For the time being, it was better to carry out this matter quietly. When the time was right in the future, it would not be too late to reveal everything. Half a day later, a brand new space array was set up, with the Elder's Jade Disc mobilizing the power of the Spirit Sword Peak to hide it. Unless Yang Kai himself was willing, even if Wan Zishan came here, he wouldn't be able to find it. Source crystals were inlaid on the space array, and the power of the space law was activated. With a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared on the space array of the High Heaven Palace. After a while, on the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, Yaodan Peak, Yang Kai found Jiying. Seeing him again, Jiying was extremely surprised. "Brother Yang, you're back so soon?" Sigh. Yang Kai looked helpless. He took the tea offered by the eldest disciple, sat down, and said with waning interest, "Don't mention it." Jiying smiled. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered, he could see that he was in a bad mood, so he took out a jade bottle and threw it over. Yang Kai caught it and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" "Dragon blood pill." Jiying explained, "It's a spirit pill refined with the dragon blood flower from last time as the main material. It should be useful for Brother Yang." "Oh, this is the dragon blood pill?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. He opened the jade bottle and poured out 3 blood-red pills. Each pill was about the size of a fingernail and exuded a bloody smell, but it was not pungent. Instead, it made people feel as if their blood was boiling. And from the looks of it, this dragon blood pill should be a low-grade emperor-level spirit pill. This is my first time refining this kind of spirit pill. It was inevitable that I was a little rusty. In the end, I only managed to form 3 pills. I hope Brother Yang doesn't blame me," Jiying said somewhat guiltily. Yang Kai laughed. "Brother Ji, you're too modest. 3 is already a very good result." Jiying was a pill emperor. Furthermore, he was the direct disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. However, he was able to refine 3 pills on his first try. This was enough to show his profound foundation in alchemy. If it was any other pill refiner, they definitely wouldn't have done as well as Jiying. Jiying waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, you flatter me." In front of Yang Kai, who had defeated him fair and square with his alchemy skills, Jiying really couldn't be arrogant. After a pause, Jiying said, "But then again, although I've come to the High Heaven Palace, what exactly does Brother Yang want me to do?" "A few days ago, I went to look for General Manager Hua. She only told me to rest for a while, and didn't give me any specific tasks. Now that I'm the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, I can't just sit here and wait to die, right? I don't specialize in anything but alchemy." Yang Kai smiled and said, "What I want is Brother Ji's alchemy skills. Take a look at this." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw the ring that Gao Shueting gave him over. Jiying caught it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was slightly stunned. So many emperor-level spirit herbs. Yang Kai said, "Brother Ji, you can refine as you see fit. There's no need to rush. Just let nature take its course." "All right, it's definitely not Brother Yang's request. There's another thing I need to ask Brother Ji." "Please speak." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, "How much does Brother Ji know about the flesh incarnation pill?" "Flesh incarnation pill?" Jiying's expression froze and his breathing became slightly hurried. Could it be that Brother Yang has a flesh incarnation fruit? Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only do I have a flesh incarnation fruit, but I also have a flesh incarnation fruit tree. However, the ripe fruits on the fruit tree have already been picked, so the rest will probably take a long time to grow." Without hiding anything, Yang Kai reached out and took out a flesh incarnation fruit. Jiying's eyes lit up and he quickly got up. Carefully taking the flesh incarnation fruit, he swept it with his divine sense and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. He nodded repeatedly and said, "It really is a flesh incarnation fruit. It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient records. Wasn't this thing extinct long ago? How could it appear now?" While looking at it, He scratched his ears and cheeks. He simply couldn't bear to part with this flesh incarnation fruit. The so-called extinct thing is just that no one has discovered it. I obtained this thing by accident. Yang Kai had more than one flesh incarnation fruit in his possession, so he had a deep understanding of this. Jiying suddenly raised his head and asked, "Brother Yang wants to refine a flesh incarnation pill?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat awkwardly, "I wanted to refine it myself and have almost gathered all the materials, but I always felt that something was wrong. If the refinement fails, there won't be a second flesh incarnation fruit in this world. So I wanted to ask Brother Ji if he has a chance of successfully refining it." Jing frowned and pondered for a while before carefully assessing the situation and replying, "Less than 30%. 30% was already a very small probability. Even Jing only had a 30% chance of successfully refining a flesh incarnation pill. So even if Yang Kai's chances were better, it wouldn't be much better. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a wise decision not to rush into refining a flesh incarnation fruit. "Can you ask the great emperors to take action?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Honored master?" Ji Ying raised his head and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Honored master has not performed alchemy since 3,000 years ago, but if it's a flesh incarnation fruit, he should be able to make an exception. I need to return to Medicine Pill Valley and report this matter to Honored Master. As for whether Honored Master will take action or not, that will depend on the will of the heavens. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ji. This matter is not urgent. Brother Ji can return whenever you have time. I'll leave now." Jiying stood up. It seemed that the appearance of this flesh incarnation fruit was quite attractive to the great emperors. Otherwise, Jiying would not be in such a hurry. Yang Kai naturally did not urge him to stay. After sending Jiying off, Yang Kai went to find Hua Qingxi and discussed the mountain ripple diagram with her. Hua Qingxi really knew about the mountain ripple diagram, but although she knew about it, she did not know how it was arranged. After all, she had only broken through to the Emperor realm a few years ago, so there were many things she did not know about before reaching the corresponding level. The South Gate army should know about it, right? Hua Qingxi suddenly thought of someone. The mountain ripple diagram should be a miniature version of a spirit array. As an Emperor Array Master, the Southgate army should know about it. Call him over. Hua Qingxi immediately took out a communication artifact and sent a message to the Southgate army. After waiting for less than a cup of tea's time, the Southgate army appeared in front of them. "Palace Master, Head Chief, are you looking for me?" The Southgate army seemed to be doing well these days. At this moment, their faces were glowing, and their previous dejection was swept away. Previously, they were tempted by Yang Kai with the Tao of Spirit Arrays and had no choice but to agree to join the High Heaven Palace for 10 years. In fact, the Southgate army was quite unwilling, but as time passed, they seemed to have accepted their fate. Especially after Yang Kai gave full authority to arrange the spirit arrays of the entire High Heaven Palace, the Southgate army gradually adapted to his identity as the Chief Emperor Array Master. These days, he had been searching everywhere to repair and perfect the High Heaven Palace's spirit arrays, consuming countless materials. This feeling of squandering made him feel inexplicably wonderful. In the past, when he was alone, although he had freedom, his financial resources were limited. There were many profound and exquisite spirit arrays that he could not arrange even if he wanted to. But now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing and support, those theoretical spirit arrays were actually blooming brilliantly under his hands one by one. There was nothing that could make the Southgate army happier than this. He suddenly realized that joining the High Heaven Palace seemed to be a good choice. Of course, the most important thing was still freedom. Although he was now the Chief Array Master of the High Heaven Palace, basically no one cared about him. He was completely in a state where he could do whatever he wanted. These days, he was extremely carefree and had a huge blueprint in his heart. He was just waiting for a long time to arrange a shocking spirit array in the High Heaven Palace. At that time, it might even be able to defend against the attacks of the great emperors. As for the attacks of the Emperor Realm, as long as the spirit array was activated, they could only suffer outside. This dream was not impossible to realize, but the prerequisite was that the High Heaven Palace had enough financial resources to support his actions. Did the High Heaven Palace have the financial resources to do so? The Southgate army felt that they did. That spirit array that could cross territory was a huge source of income. So when he heard Yang Kai's summon, he immediately put aside the matter at hand and rushed over without stopping. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Master wants to make a mountain ripple diagram in the palace. Can you do it?" "Head Chief, are you looking down on me?" The Southgate army squinted at Hua Qingxi and snorted. "I don't even know how to make a mountain ripple diagram, so how can I call myself an array master?" Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Then I'll leave this matter to you and Head Chief Hua." The Southgate army suddenly scratched his face and said, "But I can't make a mountain ripple diagram by myself." "Why?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, this guy was acting like he was the boss, but in the blink of an eye, he actually chickened out. What was the meaning of this? The Southgate army said, "It's like this, Palace Master. The mountain ripple diagram is both simple and difficult. Not only does it need an array master, it also needs an artifact refiner. Both of them need to work together to arrange it." Artifact refiner? That's right. Strictly speaking, the mountain ripple diagram is an artifact. Naturally, it needs an artifact refiner. Also, the requirements for the artifact refiner are very high. Ordinary artifact refiners can't refine the mountain ripple diagram at all. At the very least, they need to be Dao source grade high rank. The requirements are quite high. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. He felt that it was a bit difficult. It couldn't be helped. Although the High Heaven Palace was small, it had everything. Whether it was an alchemist, an array master, or even a puppet master, they had all kinds of skills. The only thing they didn't have was an artifact refiner. The Southgate army's words made Yang Kai realize a problem that couldn't be ignored. Should the High Heaven Palace recruit or train their own artifact refiners? In a large sect, all kinds of talents were indispensable. Chapter 2781. It was unrealistic to train an artifact refiner himself. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required the accumulation of time. Maybe it would take decades or even centuries. High Heaven Palace had just been established, so how could it have so much time to train an experienced artifact refiner? If the sect was on the right track in the future, it would be possible to train an artifact refiner himself, but for now, Hua Qingxi obviously also considered this issue and asked, "Palace Master, why don't we recruit an artifact refiner? Anyway, the sect doesn't lack source crystals now. Just name the price and someone will come." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll leave this matter to you." "Palace Master, I have a candidate in mind." Nan Gate Dajuan suddenly interjected. "If it's that person, the trivial mountain ripple diagram is nothing." "Oh, you know an artifact refiner?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "In that case, invite him over. If this matter is successful, High Heaven Palace will not treat him unfairly." Nan Gate Dajuan laughed awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, "This person is strong and his artifact refining skills are also very good, but he is a little troublesome. If I go alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to invite him." "So arrogant?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You are also an array master. Who would dare not give you face?" Nangate Dajuan scratched his face and said, "Actually, I'm very approachable." Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. They had known each other for a long time, so she had some understanding of Nangate Dajuan's nature. It was also because the High Heaven Palace had shown great financial resources and strength, as well as Yang Kai's example of destroying the Seeking Passion sect, that they were able to suppress Nangate Dajuan, an array master. Otherwise, if it were someone else or another sect, Nangate Dajuan would have taught them what it meant to be arrogant and haughty. Any artifact refiner, alchemist, or array master with a little bit of skill, which one of them wasn't arrogant? Only the Palace Master, an Emperor Realm alchemist, usually didn't show off. He was an anomaly. "Then let the Chief Steward accompany you." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Okay." Hua Qingxi nodded. The Southgate Great Army said embarrassedly, "I feel that this matter must be handled by you, Palace Master." Yang Kai was amused. This Palace Master has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day and is busy with official business. Where would I have the time to run around? Hua Qingxi's face was also filled with anger. "I'm still the Chief Steward of the High Heaven Palace. Who would dare to look down on him? Could that person be an emperor weaponsmith? The Southern Gate Army's expression turned solemn as they nodded slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked in surprise, an emperor weaponsmith? Not bad. So, Palace Master, it's best that you make a trip there personally to show your sincerity. Kai Yang rubbed his chin, his eyes turning. If that's the case. Indeed, it's worth a trip. However, Jun, in your opinion, can this Emperor Weaponsmith be used by our High Heaven Palace? The South Gate Army's expression suddenly became strange. Palace Master, do you mean to recruit this guy into the sect? Yes. Yang Kai nodded matter-of-factly. From what you've said, this Emperor Weaponsmith should be someone who doesn't belong to any sect. My High Heaven Palace is currently lacking talents in this area. It's rare to meet someone like this. How can we miss this opportunity? Oh, the South Gate Army suddenly felt a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, he said, Palace Master, if it's a short-term cooperation, then this Emperor Weaponsmith will definitely help us. Once this person works with me to set up Mountain Ripple Map, I will chase him away. That person is indeed a very good choice, but if you want to keep him in Towering Palace, I don't recommend it. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's said that people of the same trade are enemies. You're an array master, and he's a weaponsmith. Both of you are proficient in different territories. There shouldn't be any conflicts, right? That's not the problem. It's just that. AI, Palace Master, if you see what that person looks like, you'll know what I mean. Regarding this Emperor Weaponsmith, the Southgate Army seemed to be quite afraid and didn't explain it in detail. Yang Kai asked too many questions and just wanted to let Yang Kai see it for himself. He didn't want his words to cause Yang Kai to have preconceived notions. However, since there was an Emperor Weaponsmith who was like a wild crane, Yang Kai could only follow the Southgate Army on this trip. Fortunately, there wasn't anything urgent to do recently. By the way, is there still no news from Zhuqing? Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, Is Palace Master worried about her? If you are, I'll ask Monster King to go and look for her. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. He casually threw a jade slip and said without turning his head, This is the Star Soul Palace's decision on your punishment. Take a look. Hua Qingxi was shocked and reached out to take it. Her divine sense invaded it and checked it. Soon, her nervous expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. The decision on her punishment in the jade slip was very simple. Hua Qingxi was still a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, but the Star Soul Palace would not interfere with her freedom. In other words, she could go wherever she wanted, and it didn't matter even if she never returned to the Star Soul Palace. Although it was just a simple jade slip and not an official document of the Star Soul Palace, the jade slip contained Princess Lan Sun's soul brand. With this jade slip in hand, even if Hua Qingxi still had the status of a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, it was equivalent to leaving the Star Soul Palace, and she would no longer have to worry about it in the future. This was the result of the discussion between Yang Kai and Lan Sun a few days ago. Although Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and had a higher status than even the elders in the Star Soul Palace, Hua Qingxi was now a master in the Emperor realm. Even Lan Sun did not have the right to expel her at will. She gave Yang Kai face, and since she could not expel Hua Qingxi from the Star Soul Palace, she would no longer restrict her freedom. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the Southgate Army threw out an object which suddenly grew in midair and turned into the shape of a small boat. He smiled and said, Palace Master, please. Yang Kai glanced at the flying boat and raised his brow. This thing is pretty good. This was obviously a flight-type artifact, and it was an Emperor artifact at that. Pretty good was more than enough to describe it. There weren't many Emperor artifact flight-type artifacts in the entire star boundary, and they were worth at least tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. The fact that the Southgate Army could have won showed how rich they were. The Southgate Army gave a hollow laugh. I won it from a bet. I can't afford this thing. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement and stepped up to the flying boat. This flying boat didn't look big to the naked eye, only about 10 meters in length, and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people standing side by side. However, when Yang Kai raised his foot, the Southgate Army suddenly formed a seal. A vortex-like passage immediately appeared above the flying boat. Yang Kai stepped into the vortex and his vision suddenly changed. He was stunned in place. What he saw was no longer a simple flying boat. The interior space was actually incomparably large. There was a large hall in front of him that could accommodate at least a few dozen people without feeling crowded. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there were a few extremely luxurious rooms inside. There was even a staircase on the side, winding upwards. The interior of the flying boat had 2 levels of space. It was clearly a huge ship with multiple towers. The Southgate Army's figure appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "You won this treasure from a bet?" Previously, Yang Kai thought that this was just a simple flying boat artifact and estimated that it was worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, but now it seemed that this thing was worth at least hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. "I was just lucky." The Southgate Army laughed dryly, his expression a little unnatural. Obviously, he didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he stretched out his hand and said, "Palace Master, you can find a place to rest. It's not far or near, and will take about 3 days to get there." Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where he randomly found a room, pushed the door open, and glanced around. He found that this room was luxuriously decorated, but also exquisitely. There was a sculpture of a monkey's head standing on one side, shading its eyes with its hand as it looked into the distance. It was a lifelike sculpture. Yang Kai frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that this monkey looked a little familiar. At that moment, the flying boat buzzed and sped up. Its speed went from slow to fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was no slower than a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master rushing at full speed. This made Yang Kai sigh even more. This was a good thing. He flew onto his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Along the way, the flying boat was extremely smooth and didn't even feel the slightest vibration. No one dared to block the way and rob them. But then again, with how fast this flying ship was, perhaps only a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would be able to stop it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying boat suddenly slowed down a lot, then it buzzed and came to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes and heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up and opened the door, only to see the Southgate Army standing outside. He said, "We're almost there, Palace Master. We'll need to fly the rest of the way." "Are there any barriers blocking the flying boat?" Yang Kai asked. "That's not it." The Southgate Army smiled awkwardly and explained, "It's just that we can't let that guy see this flying boat, otherwise it'll be a little troublesome." He didn't explain clearly, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and disembarked with the Southgate Army. Immediately, the sound of the rising and falling waves could be heard. The sea breeze that carried a slight fishy smell could be felt, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking up, the sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. After flying all the way, they actually arrived at the sea. "That person lives on an island?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Yes." The Southgate Army nodded and led the way. "This way?" The two immediately flew away. Although the Southgate Army had the Emperor Realm's cultivation, he wasn't good at fighting, and his Emperor Chi wasn't very pure, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yang Kai followed behind him unhurriedly. Looking down, the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, some sea beast would show up, which was quite interesting. After an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of seabirds. Yang Kai immediately understood that they should be arriving soon. In this vast sea, there were only a few islands where these ordinary birds would appear. Chapter 2782. Sure enough, after a short while, an island that was neither big nor small appeared before their eyes. It could be said to be a kind of visual enjoyment for an island with green mountains and clear waters to suddenly appear in this boundless sea. The island wasn't very big, only a few dozen acres in size. On the beach, the waves were breaking and birds were flying. Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army landed. "Huh." Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked at the Southern Gate Army strangely. "Isn't that Grandmaster from no sect? Why are there so many people on this island?" When he scanned the island with his divine sense just now, he clearly found traces of people on this island. There were at least 20 people, and there were even 5 or 6 people from the Emperor realm among them. If it weren't for so many people from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would have thought that this island was the base of some small sect. However, no small sect could have so many people from the Emperor realm. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the Southern Gate Army was about to explain when a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Obviously, it had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army and came to investigate. Palace Master, don't say anything later. I'll deal with it. The Southern Gate Army hurriedly sent a message, as if he was afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this trip was a little strange. The stream of light dissipated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who was exuding a second-order Emperor realm cultivation. The man glanced at Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army and asked casually, "Who are you?" He didn't care too much about 2 first-order Emperor realm masters, so he wasn't too vigilant. When he asked the question, there was a faint trace of arrogance on his face. The Southern Gate Army immediately gritted his teeth and replied, "We're here to collect debts." Debts? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the Southern Gate Army, only to find that he had a serious and resentful look on his face, as if he was a creditor. What's going on? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but he couldn't ask clearly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "So you're a kindred spirit. How much does that guy owe you?" The Southern Gate Army did not even need to think. 5 million high-grade source crystals. What about you? The middle-aged man snorted, 20 million. If I find him, I'll definitely skin him alive. How despicable. The South Gate Army nodded in agreement. Pulling out his tendons and flaying his skin is too easy. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely let him taste all the torture in the world. Haha. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Very good. The army at the South Gate asked, "Are the people here all here to collect debts?" Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've also reached an agreement. If we can find that bastard, we'll stall him immediately and then warn him." The rest of the people immediately rushed over and made it impossible for that guy to escape. "Since the 2 of you are also here to collect debts, then I'll count you in. However, I have to remind you that there seems to be an extremely brilliant array formation on this island. Don't let go of anything suspicious." "Thank you." Dajuan cupped his fists. "It doesn't matter. We're all victims. We should help each other," the middle-aged man replied politely. He gave the army at the South Gate a few more words before turning around and flying off into the distance. The army at the South Gate watched him leave, then winked at Yang Kai before quietly moving to the other side of the island. "What's going on with that artifact refining Grandmaster?" Yang Kai asked. "So many people are here to collect debts. How much money does he owe?" "Who knows?" The army at the South Gate had a look of disappointment on his face. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, "Seeing how skilled you are in dealing with it, you seem to have expected this scene long ago." The army at the South Gate said with a bitter face, "That's why that guy is so hateful. This isn't the first time something like this has happened." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't he an artifact refining Grandmaster? Shouldn't a few Emperor artifacts be enough to pay off the debt?" The army at the South Gate sighed. No matter how many Emperor artifacts he refines, he can't afford to gamble. "This Grandmaster actually gambles?" Yang Kai said in shock. "More than that, he's simply addicted to gambling." "That's fine, but he loses every time he gambles," the army at the South Gate said with a look of disdain. "That's why I said this guy is a bit troublesome." Yang Kai was suddenly startled and asked, "That flying boat Emperor artifact? Don't tell me you won it from this Grandmaster?" The army at the South Gate blushed and said, "I was forced to do it. It wasn't my will." With just a few words, Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this Emperor artifact refiner he had never met before. TSK, this guy is really strange. He actually gambled with a flying Emperor artifact worth hundreds of millions of gold coins and lost. No wonder so many debtors are blocking his door. Although he's an Emperor artifact refiner, his life is really miserable. While talking, the 2 arrived at a mountain wall. The army at the South Gate sneakily released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he suddenly took out a token and waved it. A ripple immediately appeared on a stone wall of the mountain wall, revealing a passage big enough for one person to enter and exit. The army at the south gate hurriedly rushed in and called out to Yang Kai at the same time. After Yang Kai entered, he closed the entrance. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the army at the south gate took the initiative to explain, "I helped her arrange this spirit array. Without this illusion array, she would have nowhere to hide." "You have a good relationship?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Palace Master, don't compare me to her." The army at the south gate had a look of disdain on his face. "If others know that I know her, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble." "Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. Southgate Dajuan poured out his grievances and said, "Palace Lord, you haven't experienced her shamelessness. Back then, I helped her pay off a lot of debts. Those creditors came to me one by one. Even now, I still remember it vividly." As he said this, he actually shivered. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. It seemed that this Emperor Artifact Master had left a lot of psychological trauma in the army at the south gate. They walked all the way inside. After walking for several incense sticks worth of time, the front suddenly opened up. A huge karst cave appeared in their field of vision. There was nothing in the karst cave, but there were many forks in all directions. They didn't know where they led. "Palace Master, please wait a moment." After the army at the south gate said this, he turned his head and looked at the forks. After a short while, his eyes locked onto one of the forks and he coughed lightly. "Little Marquis, come out." No one responded, only the voice of the army at the south gate echoing in the karst cave. "Come out, do you think I can't see you?" The army at the south gate's face darkened and he shouted, "Don't come over, or I'll die before you." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, but it was extremely weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury, and her words were full of self-abandonment. "A woman?" Yang Kai was stunned. Previously, when Nanmin Dejun introduced this Emperor Artifact Master, his face was full of disdain and disgust, and his words were like, "This guy is a bastard." Yang Kai thought it was a man, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. This came as a surprise to Yang Kai, but he soon relaxed. It wasn't as if he had never met a female artifact refiner before. Yang Yin was a top artifact refiner and spirit array grandmaster. The army at the south gate's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Idiot, can't you recognize my voice?" The woman hidden in the forks was silent for a moment, but Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of eyes observing this place. A moment later, a figure wrapped in a breeze rushed over and stood not far away. "Dejun, it's you." The woman cried out in surprise. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that although this woman's appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of a nation, she was still quite extraordinary. She wore a long floral dress that gave her a cute and playful appearance, but her figure was full of maturity. However, for some unknown reason, her expression was somewhat dispirited. The woman was very happy to meet an old friend after a long separation, and after a short pause, she rushed straight towards the army at the south gate. "What are you doing?" The army at the south gate was obviously prepared. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on her head, his emperor chi surging, firmly fixing her in place. The woman smiled flatteringly and said coquettishly, "Dejun." Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" The army at the south gate shouted angrily, his emperor chi surging in his palm as he tried to push her away. The woman resisted the pressure and took a few steps forward, rushing into the arms of the army at the south gate. She turned around and lightly landed on a smooth stone not far away, giggling. "My ring." The army at the south gate's face was dark as he touched his empty middle finger. When he looked up, he saw that the woman was holding the ring in her hand and waving it at him as if she was showing it off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Everything happened too quickly. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he still vaguely caught a trace of it. This Emperor Artifact Master was really fast. Even though the army at the south gate was prepared, she still managed to snatch away his space ring in an instant. Was she really an artifact refiner? "Give it back." The army at the south gate reached out to the woman with a cold face. The woman pouted her rosy lips and wiped away the soul imprint on the Southgate Dajuan's ring. After searching for a while, she laughed and took out a few jars of wine from the ring. She said happily, "I knew you were the best to me." Saying so, she lay down on her side, tore open the seal, and poured the wine into her mouth. The space ring, however, was silently bounced back to her. The army at the south gate took it with a sullen face, not saying a word. Only the sound of gulping wine could be heard coming from the cave. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Before, when he learned that this Emperor Artifact Master was a gambling addict, Yang Kai did not feel much. But now that he saw her acting like a veteran drunkard, he even felt like leaving. Damn it, another woman who was drinking. Gao Shuiting's actions a few days ago after drinking had cast an indelible shadow over Yang Kai's heart. Now that he saw this woman drinking, he could not help but recall the tragic experience of that day. His heart was beating like a drum. Chapter 2783. After downing several jars of wine, the woman let out a loud burp. With a comfortable expression, she wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. "I'm finally alive." The dispirited look on her face was swept away and replaced with a rosy glow. There were still 2 jars left, but she didn't drink them and instead put them away in her space ring as if they were precious. Raising her head, she asked, "Dejun, are you here to save me?" Southern Gate Dejun smiled coldly. "What do you think?" "Then when will our wedding be held?" the woman asked. Scram. The woman curled her lips and muttered something under her breath. Looking at her mouth, it seemed like she was cursing, but in the blink of an eye, she looked at Yang Kai and asked Southern Gate Dejun with a smile, "Who is this little brother? He has a good figure. Do you have money? Do you have wine?" "Don't be presumptuous." Southern Gate Dejun coldly snorted. "This is my High Heaven Palace's palace master. You stupid woman, quickly come and greet him." "High Heaven Palace?" The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment before giggling. "I've never heard of it. Where did it come from?" Southern Gate Dejun quickly said, "It doesn't matter whether you've heard of it or not. What's important is that this king is now the chief array master of High Heaven Palace." The woman's cheeky grin instantly froze on her face as she stared at the Southern Gate army in astonishment, then glanced at Yang Kai before stepping forward and reaching out to touch the Southern Gate army's head. "What are you doing?" Southern Gate Dejun vigilantly took a step back. "Are you sick?" the woman asked curiously. "You're the one who's sick." Southern Gate Dejun angrily rebuked. "Your whole family is sick." The woman giggled, turned around, and landed on the shiny stone, then said condescendingly, "Since you're not sick, why did you join a sect? Didn't you always look down on those big and small sects before?" "Since I joined High Heaven Palace, I naturally have my reasons." Southern Gate Dejun hesitated for a moment before replying. The woman's face suddenly became serious. She had known Southern Gate Dejun for many years, from when they were still weak. They had cooperated many times and grown step by step to where they were today. It could be said that they knew each other very well. She was very clear about the attitude of the Southern Gate Army towards those sects. If the Southern Gate Army wanted to join any sect, it could be said that they could choose any sect in the entire star boundary. Even the sects of the great emperors were no exception. But in fact, the last time she saw the South Gate Army, he was still alone. Now, she suddenly heard that this guy had joined a sect called the High Heaven Palace. The woman was extremely surprised. Palace Master of High Heaven Palace? He was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how powerful could the sect he founded be? What was so special about it that could attract people like the Southern Gate Army? The woman tilted her head and carefully examined Yang Kai. It was as if she wanted to see a flower from him. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile, but deep down, he was worried. He thought to himself, should I just go back? Such an unreliable Emperor Artifact Master? Even if I did recruit her into the High Heaven Palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. After a while, the woman clenched her fist and hammered her palm. With a look of realization, she looked at the Southern Gate Army in surprise. Dajun, after knowing each other for so many years, I finally know that you don't like women. No wonder you didn't want to marry me. You. The Southern Gate Army was furious. He pointed at the woman and said with a trembling finger, "Stupid woman." He turned to look at the ashen-faced Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Palace Master, this woman is crazy. Don't pay attention to her." "Who are you scolding?" The woman glared at him. Yang Kai took a step forward and said indifferently, "I heard from Dejun that Sir is a top-notch Emperor artifact master. This young master came with great sincerity and expectations, but now it seems, tisk tsk. What do you mean by tsk? The woman was unhappy. She rushed in front of Yang Kai and glared at him. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said angrily, "Explain yourself, or you'll get it." "Let go." The Southern Gate Army was startled and quickly shouted. He wasn't worried about Yang Kai. He was just afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and the woman wouldn't have a good time. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if the woman was strong, she was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and looked at the woman with disdain. He sneered, "Since you are a Grandmaster, you should act like one. I don't see a trace of a Grandmaster's demeanor on you. Instead, you look like a common woman. To be honest, this young master is very disappointed." The woman let go of his collar and sneered, "What a joke. Do you think that a so-called Grandmaster must be sanctimonious and serious? This old lady was born like this." Yang Kai chuckled, "So, you think you are a Grandmaster?" The woman coldly snorted, "I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to artifact refining, no one can surpass me in this world." Such big words. Be careful not to bite your tongue. The woman sneered, her confidence overflowing in her words. "Anyone can talk, but I don't know what will happen when it comes to fighting. You want to fight?" The woman glared at Yang Kai. Seeing his provocative look, she immediately became angry and said, "Good, good, good. Elder sister will let you die with understanding." She stretched out her hand and said to the Southern Gate Army, "Bring some materials." The Southern Gate Army glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. At this time, he also understood what Yang Kai was planning. He obviously wanted to see the woman's artifact refining skills, so his words were so vicious. The woman did not fail to see Yang Kai's intentions, but being questioned in her own territory, she was naturally angry. Knowing that Yang Kai was using words to provoke her, she could only go with the flow. Seeing Yang Kai nod in agreement, the Southern Gate Army asked, "What materials do you want?" "Anything." Only then did Southgate Dejun start searching through his space ring. During this period of time, as the chief array master of Towering Palace, he had been busy with the matters of array formations. Setting up array formations required a large amount of materials, so there was a lot of materials in his space ring. Finding an or the size of a human head, he threw it to the woman. Yang Kai glanced at it and recognized that it was a piece of red feather corundum, which was famous for its toughness. When refining an artifact, if mixed with it, it could improve the toughness of the artifact. However, because of this, red feather corundum could only be used as an additive material, not as the main body of an artifact. But now that the Southern Gate Army had chosen such a piece of or and no other materials, obviously he also intended to let the woman show off her skills. "Open your eyes and look carefully, little brother, and don't blink." The woman took the red feather corundum and smiled coldly at Yang Kai. Her 5 fingers danced flexibly, and the head-sized red feather corundum rotated in her hand in an instant. The woman did not rush to refine, but instead took out a jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. After putting away the wine jar, the woman opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of wine. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, a burst of fire burst out, and the temperature in the cave rose sharply. The fire was not a normal color, but a faint white. It should be a special kind of heaven and earth flame. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Whether it was an artifact refiner or alchemist, the requirements for flames were extremely high. Having an excellent flame could often improve the efficiency and quality of alchemy and artifact refining. When the woman made this move, Yang Kai could see that she must be really skilled. Not to mention that she didn't even take out an artifact refining furnace. Obviously, she was going to refine in the air. This kind of refinement had extremely high requirements for the refiner. Ordinary people simply could not do it. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the woman's control over this flame had reached a transcendent level. The spirit wine flame directly wrapped around Qi Yugang's stone. Not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit more, not a bit more. In the high temperature, the head-sized red feather corundum stone melted quickly. The woman held it with one of her jade-like hands, and her 5 fingers moved nimbly. Drops of impurities were removed, and the red feather corundum stone continued to shrink. Just like when refining pills, one had to condense the medicinal liquid. When refining tools, one had to first remove the impurities. This was the most basic step, and also the step that tested the skills of alchemists and tool refiners the most. It would directly affect the quality of the final product. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully examined the situation of Akabane adamantium. The result was astonishing. After spending about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the woman actually removed all the impurities from the red feather adamantium stone, leaving not a trace behind. In this segment, she had already achieved perfection. Just this alone showed that she was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. Because of the various actions of this woman, his prejudice against her was slightly reduced. As long as she had real skills, some of the problems in life were not unbearable. After an incense stick worth of time, the head-sized red feather corundum stone had turned into a ball of pure mineral liquid the size of a fist. The woman raised her head and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Little brother, it's not too late to beg for mercy. As long as you can give me a few million source crystals, this elder sister will be merciful enough to forgive you for your previous rudeness." "Huh?" Yang Kai sneered. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I hate stubborn men like you the most." The woman grit her teeth as she spoke to Yang Kai, her hands not stopping for a moment. The fingers of her small hand that was holding the mineral liquid continued to move, forming a series of seals and branding them into the mineral liquid. At the same time, the white flame in her hand also fluctuated between high and low, obviously trying to control the temperature of the flame. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the mineral liquid was slowly elongated, gradually taking the shape of a sword. With the passage of time and the woman's movements, the appearance of the long sword became clearer and clearer. The edge of the sword flashed with a sharp cold light, and a complex pattern appeared on the hilt. This refining process was a bit boring, and there was no particularly thrilling scene, but whether it was Yang Kai or the Southgate army, they all watched intently. About an hour later, the woman suddenly grabbed the wine jar again and drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time, the strange flame suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and bursts of light appeared on the long sword. Finish! The woman threw the long sword into the air, and after it fell straight down, it was firmly inserted in the ground, more than a foot into the ground. Chapter 2784. The ground of this cave was extremely hard, but now, the red feather steel sword was able to sink a foot into the ground due to the inertia of falling from the air, which was enough to show how sharp this sword was. What was even more remarkable was that this sword was refined from a piece of red feather steel stone without any other materials, so although its toughness was good, it was definitely not known for its sharpness. This point alone allowed Yang Kai to have a general evaluation of this woman's artifact refining skills. Reaching out, the scarlet feather steel sword landed firmly in Yang Kai's palm. When Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, the sword hummed and vibrated. With a shake of his hand, the long sword actually formed a wave-like trajectory, as soft as a rope. Dao source grade low rank. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Ha 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 ha. The woman stood on top of the rock, opened her arms, and laughed wildly. All of you will submit to this old lady's magical and great artifact refining skills. The Southern Gate Army's face went black. Palace Master, why don't we just go back now? If the Southern Gate Army had made such a suggestion before this woman began her artifact refining, Yang Kai might have just gone with the flow, but after seeing this woman's artifact refining skills, he had other plans. Although the woman in front of him looked extremely unreliable, she was very capable. Moreover, she wasn't just an ordinary person. Little brother, are you convinced now? The woman looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, with a look of worship on her face. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Not bad. The woman's expression became fierce as she said slowly, not wrong. Such a miraculous method was actually exchanged for a mere, not bad evaluation. The woman's face turned cold as she waved her hand like she was swatting a fly. Go, 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 go. You are not welcome here. Get as far away as you can. Originally, seeing that this boy was a guest brought by the Southern Gate Army, the woman had to give him some face, otherwise, she would not have deliberately shown her artifact refining skills. But now, Yang Kai's indifferent evaluation made her burn with anger, so she directly tried to drive him away. She no longer had the slightest interest in talking to him. She hated this kind of guy who didn't know how to appreciate and pretended to know. Yang Kai smiled. Not bad indeed. The woman's expression turned cold, and she said indifferently, Little brother, be careful that trouble comes from careless talk. Don't look at me like this. I only need to say a word, and you will die without a burial ground. Southgate Dajuan chuckled and said, Little Marquis, your words are too big. Be careful that you won't be able to clean up the mess. The woman snorted, I'm an emperor weaponsmith. If I really wanted to kill someone, would I be afraid that no one would do it for me? Don't look at how those fellows outside are jealous of this old lady's debt collection. If this old lady really wants to negotiate with them, they can all become hired thugs. The Southgate Great Army said indifferently, The Palace Lord is a pill emperor. The woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, then tilted her head to look at Southgate Dajuan, as if she could see traces of lying on his face, but the result made her extremely disappointed. Southgate Dajuan's face was serious, and his expression was solemn. Furthermore, based on her understanding of the Southgate Army, he would never lie about something like this. Pill Emperor? So young? The woman was a little frightened. However, she still stubbornly said, So what? Emperor Weaponsmith, Emperor Pill Emperor, everyone is about the same. Thinking about it, it was funny. This nameless island actually gathered an Emperor Weaponsmith, an Emperor Pill Emperor, and an Emperor Array Emperor. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. Most likely, any sect that saw this would have their eyes lit up and would try to rope them in at all costs. Yang Kai said, Grandmaster Ho, right? It seems that Grandmaster Ho is very dissatisfied with this young master's evaluation. The woman snorted, Whatever, I'm not related to you in any way. How you evaluate is your own business. If this young master says it's not bad, that's because I've seen better weaponsmiths. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately jumped up and cursed, Nonsense. How can there be a better weaponsmith in this world than this old lady? In the Tao of weaponsmithing, this old lady is #1 in the world. She turned to glare at Southgate Great Army and gritted her teeth. Can I beat this kid? Southgate Great Army shook his head and said, What #1? In any territory, no one dared to claim to be #1 in the world. Perhaps the wondrous pill great emperors could boast so much in the Tao of alchemy, but this woman obviously did not have such weight. You don't believe me, Grandmaster Ho? Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, revealing a subtle smile. The woman snorted, Since you say so, then take me to find a better weaponsmith. This old lady wants to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where she is now. The woman curled her lips with a look of disdain, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. But Yang Kai changed the topic. If I can prove that there is someone in this world who is better than you in weaponsmithing, then what? What's the harm in marrying you? The woman sneered as she tugged at her floral dress, puffed out her chest, and said, This old lady has face, breasts, and figure. Even now, I am still a virgin, so don't say you don't like me. Yang Kai glanced at Southgate Great Army, who stretched out his hand and put a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he had long since learned about this woman's shamelessness. Good. Yang Kai nodded before taking out an object from his space ring and tossing it to the woman. Then please take a look at this, Grandmaster Ho. The woman reached out and caught it, glanced over it, and sneered disdainfully. An Origin Great artifact? Where did this toy come from? Oh, it's a battleship. An Origin Great artifact was something only an Origin returning realm cultivator could use. For someone at her level, It was indeed a toy that had no use at all. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "The simpler and lower the grade of an object, the better one's ability to refine it. Isn't that so?" The woman frowned slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view in a rare moment. "You're right. Just like cooking, what tested a chef's foundation was not some expensive dish, but the simplest stir-fried potato shreds, HM?" The woman's expression suddenly became serious, and the contempt in her eyes disappeared, replaced by caution and surprise. She turned the small battleship over and over in her hand, her divine sense surging, apparently to investigate its internal structure. "Palace Master, do you really intend to recruit this woman into High Heaven Palace?" Southgate Great Army quietly asked. "You've seen what kind of virtue she has. If she really enters High Heaven Palace, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause. She's eccentric and does whatever she wants. It's just that she hasn't met anyone who can subdue her. Is Palace Master confident in subduing her?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "If I want to subdue her, the only way is to defeat her in her territory. I don't have that ability." In this regard, Southgate Great Army deeply understood. The reason why he agreed to join High Heaven Palace was not because Yang Kai was sincere, nor was it because Yang Kai was good to him, but because there was something in High Heaven Palace that interested him in his territory that he could not decipher. This was the main reason. "Although I don't have this ability, others do." Yang Kai showed a mysterious smile. "This is an origin grade ship?" Southgate Great Army frowned, realizing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. An origin grade ship, for Yang Kai, was far too low of a grade, but it was a battleship personally refined by Yang Inflammation, something Yang Kai had brought from Shadowed Star. Yang Inflammation's artifact refining skills were something Yang Kai had deeply experienced. If this Grandmaster Ho's artifact refining skills were even better than Yang Inflammation's, then Yang Kai would naturally have nothing to say. However, Yang Kai felt that this was unlikely. This could be seen from the dignified expression on the woman's face at the moment. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. A trivial origin grade ship, in the eyes of Yang Kai and Southgate Great Army, was just a low-grade artifact, but in the eyes of this woman, it was an extremely exquisite artifact. Time passed slowly, and the cave remained silent. The woman's expression became more and more dignified, a fine layer of sweat oozing from her forehead. This detail shocked and horrified Southgate Great Army. The woman's reaction was obviously because this origin grade ship had given her a great shock. Although the Southgate Great Army did not acknowledge her claim to be the world's #1 artifact refiner, they subconsciously felt that in terms of artifact refining, there was basically no one in the entire star boundary who could match her. But now, it seemed that in this world, there was always a mountain higher than the other. Who had refined this origin grade ship, and where had the Palace Master obtained it? How could it have such a magical effect? "Activate it!" The woman suddenly raised her head and ordered Yang Kai, her tone not polite at all. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and simply formed a seal with his hand, causing the palm-sized battleship to immediately swell up to 15 meters in length and pitch black in color. Yang Kai opened the hatch again, and the woman entered the battleship in a flash. From the looks of it, she would need to carefully inspect the ship from inside out. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply waited outside with the Southgate Great Army. By this time, Yang Kai was already 80% sure that this was the case, so it all depended on whether the woman admitted it or not. Half an hour later, the woman suddenly walked out of the battleship with a dull look on her face. She was like a walking corpse, like a young girl who had been brutally ravaged by dozens of burly men. Even her footsteps were stiff and mechanical. Only her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her lips gently opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Yang Kai and the Southgate Great Army glanced at each other and tactfully chose not to disturb her. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day, one night. After a full 2 days, the woman suddenly changed. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she suddenly jumped up and clapped her hands. "Ha ha ha, I understand. So that's how it is." She had actually gained something. Seeing this, the Southgate Great Army breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 days ago, he had been very worried. Although after so many years of being together, this woman had often done some infuriating things, in the end, they were still old friends. Seeing this woman's demonic appearance, the Southgate Great Army was really worried that she would become the demon race. But now, it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. This allowed the Southgate Great Army to feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a little angry. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. With this woman's previous actions, it was likely that she would live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. So what was the point in worrying about her? Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. Oh. The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side, and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good. Ha ha ha." Southgate Army commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right. Although I have some small flaws in my character." Small flaws? Southgate Army commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope Grandmaster Ho won't take offense if I offended you before. Hee hee. The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk? Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear. It was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." Army commander can testify. Yang Kai smiled and added, "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the south gate. After careful consideration, she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since Army Commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded. "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment, he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet. The stake is this battle arc." "That's your condition?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "That's right." The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the south gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This origin grade boat refined by Yang Yin should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. All right, Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. "If I win, so what? What's your bet?" "I have something to compensate you." The woman snorted and shouted, "Big or small?" Yang Kai glanced at the Southgate Army, who said, "Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word." "Then let's bet big," Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an origin grade boat. The Southgate Army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock, and said, "I'll bet big too." The woman sneered at the Southgate Army. "Be careful not to lose everything." "Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed." Come, come. Place your bets. Open." A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain, as if she had killed her father. "Cut off my hand. How can it be big?" The Southgate Army calmly took back the space ring and said, "Little Marquis, you owe me a total of 50 million source crystals. Keep the tab." The woman glared at him angrily before looking at Yang Kai. Sighing, she said, "Since you've lost, I'll give you something." While speaking, she reached into her clothes, grabbed something, and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it without any warning, but after taking a closer look, he almost had a nosebleed. The woman chuckled. "Our corset. It's still warm." Yang Kai's face darkened. "What do I need this for?" The woman said meaningfully, "Who knows?" Yang Kai sighed and was about to return the exquisite corset to the other party when he suddenly frowned. He stretched out his hand and shook off the corset, spreading it on his palm to examine it carefully. The woman was planning to laugh at Yang Kai, but when she saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat and she quietly sent a message to the South Gate Army. "Army, is our palace master a novice? Won't he eat me if I tease him like this?" "You?" The South Gate Army smiled contemptuously. "What's wrong with me?" The woman suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai, on the other hand, saw a clue and looked up at the woman in amazement, asking in surprise, "Are you Master Monkey?" The woman was stunned for a moment before blinking. "Yes, my surname is Ho and my name is Yu." "So you are Master Monkey." Yang Kai laughed and pointed to the monkey head symbol on the corset. Ho Yu understood what he was talking about and smiled slightly. "So you were talking about this?" "Yes, I am the elusive artifact refining Grandmaster, Master Monkey." "It's you." Yang Kai's eyes widened, but then he nodded slightly and said, "I should have known." On the airship of the Southgate Army, Yang Kai saw a monkey head sculpture. At that time, he vaguely felt that he had seen it before, but before he had time to think about it, he was interrupted. At this moment, seeing the monkey head symbol on the corset again, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he took Chinyu to an auction in Maplewood City a few days ago, he bought her a flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which cost a lot of high-rank source crystals. The flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a monkey head symbol on it. According to Chinyu at that time, Master Monkey was a very mysterious artifact refining Grandmaster, and no one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, the artifacts refined by Master Monkey were all high quality and could be sold at a high price. Master Monkey's name was well known in the southern region. However, no one would have expected that Master Monkey's true identity was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a strange woman who liked to drink, gamble, and lose every time she gambled. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, Ho Yu's artifact refining skills were extremely good, and with the addition of Master Monkey's name, High Heaven Palace had profited greatly this time. Now, High Heaven Palace had gathered Emperor Alchemists, Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Artifact Masters, and even dabbled in the Tao of Puppetry. With 3 Monster Kings in charge and a space array connecting the territory, it was easy to imagine that no one could stop the rise of the sect. Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. "This Origin Grade boat is a gift to you. In any case, for me, it's just a token of remembrance." "Really?" Ho Yu was overjoyed and a smile spread across her face as she bowed to Yang Kai and said gently, "Then this mistress thanks Palace Master for the gift." Yang Kai was not used to her suddenly acting like this. In the blink of an eye, Ho Yu returned to her usual self and rushed to the Origin Grade boat, opening her arms and hugging it as if she was holding a peerless treasure. Yang Kai removed the soul brand, and Ho Yu refined it again before putting it away solemnly. "Palace Master, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can introduce me to the person who refined this battle boat." Ho Yu walked back and said with a solemn expression, "There will be a chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go." Ho Yu sneered, "I don't have anything on me." Years of gambling had caused her to lose almost all of her family's property. Although she was an Emperor Artifact Master, she was actually very poor. "Then let's go," Yang Kai said. "Please don't resist." Saying so, Yang Kai wrapped them in his space principles and Emperor Qi, and with a single thought, they disappeared from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reappeared above the island. The Southgate Army was already prepared, so they did not feel anything, but Ho Yu was taken aback and asked in amazement, "Spatial teleportation?" In an instant, they had teleported from the cave to this place, breaking through many barriers and spirit arrays. Yu did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using an artifact at all, so there was only one explanation for this. Palace Master, are you proficient in space principles? Our Palace Master's divine technique is vast. You will be amazed in the future. The Southgate army grinned meaningfully. Yu's heart trembled as he secretly rejoiced that he did not confront Yang Kai head-on before. Otherwise, his strength would not be enough. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how terrifying would an opponent proficient in space principles be? Not good. Yu's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she urged Yang Kai, "Let's go, or it will be too late." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was worried about and said, "In the future, my High Heaven Palace's name will shake the world, and as the chief artifact refiner of my High Heaven Palace, you will not be able to hide it. Instead of letting these people come to High Heaven Palace and ruin my High Heaven Palace's reputation in the future, it is better to pay off your debts now." "Palace Master, you?" Yu showed a moved expression, but Yang Kai's next words shattered her feelings completely. "All the repayment today will be deducted from your future monthly salary. Stinking woman, you finally came out. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." At the same time, a stream of light flew over from the distance, and at the same time, a warning whistle rang out in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared from the stream of light. It was the middle-aged man Yang Kai and the Southgate army met when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. This man's second-order Emperor Realm aura was extremely powerful and unstoppable, and his divine sense was locked onto Yu, making it clear that he would not allow her to escape. He pounced forward and stretched out his hand to grab Yu. An astonishing pressure descended like a mountain, and Yu could not help but turn pale. Even the Southgate army's figures swayed. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so facing an angry Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was naturally difficult. Chiefing even found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Yang Kai took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the pressure weighing down on Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Yu was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai's back in a daze. For a moment, Yang Kai looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Yu and the Southern Gate army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. "You!" The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant, what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. "Are you in cahoots?" The middle-aged man recognized Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time, the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now, it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them, but he had just taken Yang Kai's finger and witnessed Yang Kai's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what, today, you can either return the money or pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Hoyu to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor realm. Other than the middle-aged man, who was a second-order Emperor realm master, the remaining 4 were all first-order emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man, but with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Hoyu with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Is everyone here? Yang Kai smiled slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd before landing on the middle-aged man again. He said calmly, debts must be repaid. What she owes you, I will pay it back for her. You paid it back for her? The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, do you know how much she owes? I'll pay as much as she owes. Yang Kai said lightly. Hoyu gulped and quietly poked the Southern Gate Army, asking, is our palace master very rich? The Southern Gate Army glanced at her and sneered, what does it have to do with you? Anyway, palace master will pay off your debt this time and deduct it from your monthly salary. I guess you will have to stay in High Heaven Palace for the rest of your life. Hoyu heard this. Her pretty face suddenly changed as she grabbed the Southern Gate Army's arm and said, Army, you can't abandon me. I joined the High Heaven Palace because of you. If you want to leave in the future, you can't go alone. You must take me with you. The Southern Gate Army continued to sneer and pulled his arm out. On the other side, hearing Yang Kai's bold words, everyone had different reactions. Some looked happy, while others looked skeptical. After all, the amount of debt owed by this woman was not small, but this young man actually said that he would pay it back. Did he have the financial resources to do so? Those were not low-rank or mid-rank source crystals, but tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Even the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace would not be able to bear such a debt easily. Who are you, Your Excellency? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Yang Kai. With such amazing strength and the courage to boast so shamelessly, you can't be a nobody, right? It's just paying back the debt. Why are you asking so much? Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Southern Gate Army said, this is the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai. You should be familiar with him, right? What? The High Heaven Palace's palace master? The High Heaven Palace that destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and took over the nest of a magpie? I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master is a young man, and his cultivation is indeed at the First Order Emperor realm. It seems, hearing the Southern Gate Army's introduction, the group of people was shocked. While gasping, they began to look at Yang Kai again. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It turned out that this was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, who had been the talk of the town in the Northern Territory recently. The destruction of the Seeking Passion sect had caused an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. Although the High Heaven Palace had just been established, its name was like the sun in the sky. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, so anyone with a little bit of information would be familiar with this name. To be able to destroy a deep-rooted behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of the High Heaven Palace could be imagined. It was rumored that there were 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace, and even the Seeking Passion sect master, Feng Xian, was destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But now, it seemed that High Firmament Palace didn't just rely on the 3 monster kings to succeed. This seemingly young palace master wasn't easy to deal with either. With just a First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to easily suppress Yang Kai. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many people who could do this. Fortunately, the conflict between them wasn't too deep, otherwise, there would be no place for Yang Kai in the Northern Territory in the future. Thinking so, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. Please forgive my rudeness." Seeing him like this, the others also hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Xiaoho is a member of my High Heaven Palace. She has caused trouble for everyone during this time. How many source crystals does she owe you? Everyone, please give me a price. This palace master will help her pay it all." Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Before they knew Yang Kai's identity, it was reasonable to doubt whether he had the ability to pay back the money, but now that they knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, they had a headache whether to collect the debt or not. After all, these debts were gambling debts, not serious transactions. If they offended the High Heaven Palace because of this matter, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses. But if they didn't accept it, they would be unwilling. This was not a small number. So, although Yang Kai was very sincere in wanting to pay back the money for Hoyu, no one spoke up. Yang Kai observed them carefully, so how could he not know what they were afraid of? With a thought, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I remember that Xiaoho owes your excellency 2,000 high-rank source crystals, right?" Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and admitted. This was what he had told Yang Kai and the Southgate army 2 days ago. "Then please count. The number is correct." Yang Kai casually tossed a space ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he confirmed that the number was correct. With things having reached this point, he could only say, "It is indeed 20 million." With this opening, the rest of the people no longer hesitated, and one by one reported the number of source crystals Hoyu owed them or the forces behind her. The minimum was 1 or 2 million high-rank source crystals, while the maximum was tens of millions. More than 20 people, Yang Kai spent a total of 70 million high-rank source crystals to pay it all back. After receiving the money they owed, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Among them, the earliest ones had been here for a year, but they had not been able to find any trace of Hoyu, let alone get back the money they owed. But now that happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, they were all overjoyed. Getting back the money they owed meant that they no longer had to suffer here. The money has been paid back. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd indifferently. "This palace master has a small matter to attend to now and hopes that you can help." The middle-aged man leading the group wore a solemn expression and cupped his fists. "Palace Master Yang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." The rest of the people also echoed in unison. Yang Kai smiled and said, "After you return, please spread a message for me. If any sect or person gambles with Xiaoho again in the future, High Heaven Palace will not let them off easily." Everyone was shocked, and Hoyu even shouted exaggeratedly, "Palace Master, just kill me." If this news were to spread, how could she gamble with others in the future? Suddenly, she regretted joining this bullshit High Heaven Palace. Now, even her greatest pleasure had been ruthlessly deprived of, causing Hoyu to feel a sense of despair. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man obviously breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "This matter is easy to handle. Palace Master Yang can rest assured. We did not know that this madam was a member of High Heaven Palace. If we had known earlier, there is no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai waved his hand. Having no intention of continuing to exchange pleasantries with these people, he turned to Hoyu and the Southern Gate Army and said, "Let's go." The Southern Gate Army immediately threw out the Emperor artifact flying ship, and the three of them entered it one by one, soon turning into a stream of light and flying towards High Heaven Palace. "Do you want to gamble?" Inside the ship, Yang Kai looked at Hoyu, who looked like a frosted eggplant, and asked. Hoyu raised his head and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Pay back the 70 million high-rank source crystals first," Yang Kai grinned. "It won't take long, just 100 years." Hoyu's eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted to the ground. Chapter 2787. 3 days later, the three of them returned to High Heaven Palace. During this period, Hoyu tried to escape many times, but she was caught by Yang Kai every time. She didn't have the slightest temper. I don't believe you can watch me for 100 years. When you're not careful, I'll have plenty of chances to escape. Hoyu sneered in her heart. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was ruthlessly shattered after returning to High Heaven Palace for an incense stick's worth of time. Monster. Monster King? And there are 3 of them? Hoyu looked at the 3 terrifying existences in front of her who were rolling demonic chi and exuding a terrifying aura. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't know that High Heaven Palace had such a heritage. After all, Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. How many masters could there be in High Heaven Palace? Along the way, she didn't have the chance to ask about the High Heaven Palace in detail. Now that she was here, she was shocked. With 3 monster kings in charge, their heritage was not ordinary. No top sect in the Northern Territory could compare to them. This is my High Heaven Palace's newly recruited chief artifact refiner. Yang Kai introduced Hoyu to the 3 monster kings. Just call her Xiao Ho. Xiao Ho is a lively and active person, but this young master hopes that she can be more stable in High Heaven Palace. So, Ing Fei immediately said, Young Master Yang, rest assured. The 3 of us will take turns watching her. We definitely won't let her cause any trouble. Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei also expressed their positions. Hoyu's face suddenly became extremely pale. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and cried out, How can this be? Being watched by 3 monster kings in turn, how could she live in the future? If that was really the case, forget about escaping. She might not even have the slightest bit of personal freedom. That's good. Yang Kai nodded gently. He said to Ing Fei, Take her to the chief steward and register her name. Then arrange a place for her to stay. Yes. Ing Fei replied, extending his hand towards Hoyu. Miss Ho, please. I don't want to. Hoyu clenched his teeth and turned to run. Ing Fei glanced at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ing Fei sneered. He turned into a stream of light and chased after her. In the blink of an eye, he caught Hoyu and lifted her up like a chick. Then, he flew into the distance at a moderate speed. Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei looked at each other and slowly hurried over. From afar, Hoyu's cursing voice could be heard before it gradually faded away. Yang Kai took out his communication compass and left a message for Hua Qingxi. Then, he looked at the Southgate Army and said, About the Mountain Ripple map. Get it done as soon as possible. Don't worry, Palace Lord. With little marquee help, the Mountain Ripple diagram won't be a problem. Also, tell the head chief to refine a flight-type artifact for me after I'm done with the Mountain Ripple diagram. I want it to be big and good, so there's no need to worry about the cost. Yes, the matter of the chief refiner had also been settled. Yang Kai was in a good mood. After a while, he returned to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. On Lingjian Peak, Yang Kai had just stood still when his expression suddenly changed. He looked to the side and saw that in the valley over there, a sneaky and dark little beast was curiously looking at this side. Its eyes were rolling around as if it was looking for something. However, because the place where the space array was located was hidden by Yang Kai with the power of the Lingjian Peak, in the eyes of the little beast, there was nothing special about this place. Yang Kai chuckled softly and recognized that this little beast was the one he had met in the wine jar before. It looked strange and somewhat like a puppy. It should be the native monster beast of Lingjian Peak. It was just that its strength was not strong. Anyway, Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from it. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. When his figure suddenly appeared, the little beast was obviously startled and crept back a few times vigilantly. Its round eyes stared at Yang Kai, flashing a trace of human-like vigilance. However, after recognizing Yang Kai, that trace of vigilance quickly disappeared. Instead, it stuck out its tongue and kept panting, as if it was acting coquettishly to please him. Yang Kai found it interesting. He reached out and grabbed it, touched its head, and sneered, "Are you lost? This is not a place where you can casually come." Although the level of the birds and beasts on Lingjian Peak was not too high, many of them could not be resisted by this little beast. Especially in this valley, there were still many powerful monster beasts. If it was really encountered by those powerful monster beasts, he was afraid that it would be swallowed in one bite. In fact, Yang Kai was also very curious. How did such a black, dog-like little beast survive in Lingjin Peak? After being touched by Yang Kai's hand, the little black dog showed a trace of joy. Its eyes narrowed, and it quietly climbed on Yang Kai's hand, motionless. Gently shaking his head, his figure flickered, and he appeared outside Lingjian Hall. Bending down, Yang Kai placed the little black dog down, but he didn't expect that the little guy would actually cling onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai was suddenly happy. He bent his finger and flicked it on the little black dog's forehead. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The little black dog, which had been calm and well-behaved, opened its mouth without warning and bit Yang Kai's finger. One man and one beast. For eyes looked at each other. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Immediately after, Yang Kai furrowed his brow because a trace of pain was transmitted to him from his finger. At the same time, a trace of violent power suddenly shook his dantian. His face changed, and before he could think, the little black dog actually ran away with its tail between its legs without looking back. Its mouth was still whimpering, as if it had been greatly frightened. Yang Kai raised his hand and examined it in front of his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Under the little black dog's bite, his finger was actually bitten open. There were several clear teeth marks that went deep into his bone, and golden blood quickly flowed out. Was it bitten open? How was this possible? Yang Kai's physical fitness was strong. Even in the Emperor realm, it could be said to be the best. Except for some gifted monster clan, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in terms of physical fitness. Not to mention a little beast that looked unremarkable, even if he was bitten by someone in the Emperor realm. Under the condition that he did not use his strength, his skin and flesh would not be bitten open. But in fact, the little black dog did so. It looked like it was just a casual bite, and it did not even use much strength. How could its little teeth be so sharp? Yang Kai frowned, and his expression was strange. He vaguely felt that the little black dog was not ordinary. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that after the little black dog bit his finger, the ancient demonic chi that had been sealed in the dantian shook. One must know that the ancient demonic chi had always been sealed by the Tsangshu's gold and silver powers, and was extremely stable. For so long, Yang Kai had not felt any abnormalities. But today, it was unexpectedly triggered, and it was triggered by a little black dog. What was going on? Carefully examining the seal on his dantian, Yang Kai determined that there were no hidden dangers. That little riot just now seemed to be a sudden event, but with such a coincidence, Yang Kai couldn't help but associate it with the little black dog. He swept out his divine thoughts and soon found the little black dog in a cave not far away. At this moment, it was hiding more than 100 feet underground, and for some reason, it had fallen asleep. It was unknown what frightened it in its sleep, but its body was trembling. It had bitten someone, but it still pretended to be hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. He wanted to catch it back and check it carefully, but now he could only give up. What's going on? A cold shout came. Yang Kai looked up and saw Gao Shueting suddenly appear on the Lingjian Peak. Her beautiful eyes swept around as if she was looking for something, and she asked, "What happened here just now?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a blank face, "What do you mean?" Gao Shueting said, "I felt a familiar energy fluctuation, a very annoying energy fluctuation. Is there anything unusual here?" "What's unusual?" Yang Kai denied flatly, "I was just experimenting with my new divine technique." He had to admit that Gao Shueting's perception was extremely sharp. The ancient demon chi in his dantian had only moved for a moment, and it had already been withdrawn, but she had not noticed it. In the past, when Yang Kai was first eroded by the demonic chi and became the demon race, he had fought against 3 opponents: Gao Shueting, Chen Wenhao of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Dao Source realm. Facing the 3 great emperors, he was under a lot of pressure. In the end, he had to use his trump card after becoming the demon race to escape. Even now, Yang Kai did not dare to confess to Gao Shueting. If she knew that he was the demon from back then, God knows if Gao Shueting would chop him with her sword. Is that so? Gao Shueting frowned slightly. Obviously, her doubts had not disappeared. If Yang Kai was just experimenting with the divine technique, she would definitely not feel disgusted, but the energy fluctuation just now made her instinctively feel disgusted. It was just that the energy fluctuation lasted too short, and it disappeared before she could feel it clearly, so she could not remember where she had encountered it. Of course, Yang Kai's back was also covered in cold sweat, but his face was serious as he changed the topic. Senior Sister Gao, Purple Bamboo Peak is very far from here. How did you get here so quickly? Gao Shuiting said, I was just passing by. I just came from the temple master. After a pause, she continued, but then again, where have you been hiding? Why couldn't I find you when I came here the day before yesterday? I was still in the Northern Territory the day before yesterday, so of course you couldn't find me. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai replied, I went into secluded cultivation for a while. Gao Shuiting looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai's evasive answer made her a little suspicious, but since Yang Kai did not want to talk about it, she did not want to get to the bottom of it. She just nodded and said, then do as you please. I'll take my leave first. Senior Sister Gao. Yang Kai raised his hand and called out to her. Is there anything else? Gao Shuiting paused and asked. Yang Kai said, Senior Sister Gao Shuiting seems to be in a hurry, and you look worried. Did you encounter some trouble? Maybe I can help you. Gao Shuiting said lightly, this is a secret of the temple. You're just a guest elder, so you're not qualified to know too much. Well, if you're willing, Senior Sister, don't say any more. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Yang Kai was already forced to become a guest elder of the temple, so how could he remove the word guest? After all, he was also a temple master. By the way, I'm going to go out soon. Go if you want. No one will keep you. Gao Shuiting's voice came, and she disappeared. Chapter 2788. Brother Yang. In the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Kong Si Ran walked in with a beaming face and cupped his fists enthusiastically. Yang Kai got up and returned the greeting, Brother Kong. Sit down and talk. You and I are not outsiders, Kong Si Ran gestured, then turned around and saw a maidservant serving excellent tea outside the door. After closing the door, Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, did you come here to pick up the goods? The 2-month deadline is almost up. How are your preparations? Kong Si Ran smiled and said, Brother Yang's business is big, so President Liu is naturally working hard. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades have been prepared. Saying so, he took out a space ring and put it on the table before pushing it towards Yang Kai. These goods are worth a total of 40 million high-rank source crystals. Brother Yang, please check them. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. If it was someone else doing this business, Yang Kai might have really checked to see if these goods were enough. But since it was Kong Si Ran, there was no need to do so. Kong Si Ran definitely wouldn't cheat him. In fact, the space spirit crystals and space spirit jades worth 40 million high-rank source crystals needed to be transferred from the major branches in the Southern Territory within 2 months. It took a lot of effort, and a lot of manpower and financial resources were consumed during this period. Of course, with Lu Qi's full operation and Kong Si Ran's constant monitoring, they finally managed to gather enough. There was still some left, but they were all given to Yang Kai by Kong Si Ran. Compared to such a big business deal, these additional goods were not worth mentioning. How much do I have to pay? Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang previously paid a deposit of 10 million, and the other 2 12th Order monster cores are worth 13 million. So Brother Yang still needs to pay 17 million high-rank source crystals, Kong Si Ran reported. In addition, Vice President Liu said that if Brother Yang doesn't pay in source crystals, it's fine if he takes the 12th Order monster cores. Yang Kai grinned. That's a good plan, President Liu. I'll pay in source crystals. Although he had a lot of monster cores, he couldn't take them out casually. Once there were too many 12th Order monster cores circulating on the market, the price would affect the market. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't do something like digging his own grave. As for the source crystals, he could even pay off Ho Yu's 70 million gambling debt. What was 17 million to him? Soon, after completing the transaction, Kong Si Ran took out a document and the two of them left their soul marks on each other, indicating that this transaction had been successfully completed. Yang Kai said, I'll have to trouble Brother Kong to continue purchasing space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for me. Help me send it to Azure Sun Temple. No problem. Kang Si-ran nodded. Speaking of which, congratulations to Yang Kai for his promotion to the position of Elder of Azure Sun Temple. Just an honored guest elder. Yang Kai shook his head. Kang Si-ran said, the Chamber of Commerce also received an invitation last time, but this Kong was busy with space spirit crystals and space spirit jades and couldn't get away. I'm ashamed that I couldn't go and congratulate you. Brother Kong, don't be so polite. Let's not talk about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The transaction was completed, so the two chatted casually for a while. After asking about Kang Si-ran's recent situation, Yang Kai learned that he was now like a fish in water in the branch in Maplewood City. Originally, he only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. He couldn't sit in the position of branch manager no matter what. However, because he was very familiar with Maplewood City, he was given an important position. However, before encountering Yang Kai's business, he had already reached the end of his career as a steward. It wouldn't be long before he was transferred out of Maplewood City, a place that was overflowing with wealth. At that time, he might even be sent to some remote place. But Yang Kai's huge business deal allowed him to turn over a new leaf, and he was highly valued by Lu Qie transaction worth 40 million. Who could be so generous? Not to mention, Yang Kai also promised to bring 2 12th Order Monster Beast Monster Cores to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce every 6 months. This was a long-term business deal. Because of this, Kang Si-ran's position as a branch manager couldn't be replaced. After all, Yang Kai gave face to Kang Si-ran. That was why he made such an agreement with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Now, among the several branch managers, Lu Qie looked at Kang Si-ran in a new light, and many big customers were appointed to him. Especially after the branch manager named Gu Hong left Maplewood City, all the customers that belonged to Gu Hong were taken over by Kang Si-ran. Now, Kang Si-ran was the #1 manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Then, Gu Hong left Maplewood City? Yang Kai was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't see him on this trip. Yes, since Brother Yang came last time, he took the initiative to ask to be transferred out of Maplewood City. President Lu naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately waved his hand and let him go. Kang Si-ran grinned from ear to ear. Originally, the competition between him and Gu Hong was fierce, and he had no hope of winning, but in the end, he had the last laugh, and Gu Hong, who had the absolute advantage, took the initiative to leave. He probably felt that there was no possibility of him staying. This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Kang Si-ran kept thanking him, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's credit. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly felt that he had grasped something. So he asked, what was the situation when Gu Hong left? Kang Si-ran didn't know why he asked this, but he still thought for a while and said he was in a hurry, and he seemed to be in a bad mood, as if a disaster was about to befall him. That scoundrel! Yang Kai slapped his thigh and coldly snorted. What's wrong? Kang Si-ran was startled. Yang Kai sneered, I understand why he suddenly asked to be transferred out of Maplewood City. He was afraid that I would come to settle accounts with him. Kang Si-ran asked suspiciously, how did Gu Hong offend Brother Yang? Yang Kai said, what kind of crime is selling a customer's information in the Chamber of Commerce? Kang Si-ran was shocked when he heard this and said solemnly, this is a serious crime, and if it is verified, he will be executed immediately. What does Brother Yang mean? Yang Kai continued, after participating in the auction in Maplewood City, I was stopped by the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongzheng, when I was leaving the city. At that time, I found it strange. How did this guy know where I was going? Furthermore, he was able to accurately intercept me. Now, it seems that someone is behind this. What? Lu Dong was killed by Brother Yang? Kang Si-ran was taken aback. Kang Si-ran was aware of the news of Lu Dongzheng's death. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and a big client of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kang Si-ran would naturally pay attention to this matter, especially after he took over Gu Hong's client. Lu Dong was originally Gu Hong's customer, and since Kang Si-ran took over, he naturally had to pay him a visit. But when he went to Broken Mountain Sect, he learned that Lu Dong's natal light had gone out, and he had obviously died an unnatural death. After Lu Dong's death, Broken Mountain Sect also scattered, and its thousands of disciples went their separate ways. After inquiring about the time, Kang Si-ran learned that Lu Dong died after the auction. Not many people knew about this matter, and Kang Si-ran did not know who killed Lu Dong. But now he understood that it was Yang Kai who did it. Although his cultivation was not high, as the manager of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, his mind was extremely sharp, and from Yang Kai's words, he was able to guess the truth of the matter. Obviously, after the auction, Gu Hong had revealed Yang Kai's whereabouts to Lu Dongzheng. And then Lu Dongzheng had wanted to intercept and kill him, but his skill was inferior and he had been killed instead. Yang Kai and Lu Dong had a grudge, and Kang Si-ran knew about it. The reason why Gu Hong targeted Yang Kai was even simpler. He was competing with Kang Si-ran for the position of manager, and when he saw that Kang Si-ran's position was stable because of Yang Kai, he naturally became anxious. Thinking so, Kang Si-ran said with a sullen face, "This matter is of great importance. Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I have to report this to President Liu." Yang Kai said, "Forget it. Since Lu Dong is dead and Gu Hong has taken the initiative to transfer, this matter ends here. There is no need to trouble President Liu. A trivial Gu Hong was nothing in his eyes, so there was no need for him to make such a big fuss." Kang Si-ran said, "Brother Yang, you don't know. The Chamber of Commerce values its reputation the most. Without it, the Chamber of Commerce would be finished. Gu Hong dared to privately leak information about our customers, which is absolutely unacceptable to the Chamber of Commerce. If we let him go this time, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause next time." Since he mentioned the Chamber of Commerce's reputation, Yang Kai could not stop him, so he said, "But there is no real evidence." Kang Si-ran said, "There is no need for evidence. This matter is obvious. I believe President Liu can see it." Saying so, he walked out. It could be seen that Kang Si-ran was not trying to take advantage of the situation. Although the competition between him and Gu Hong had been quite unpleasant, Kang Si-ran was not a narrow-minded person. His actions were obviously for the sake of Purple Source Chamber of Commerce. A piece of rat's droppings could occasionally spoil a pot of porridge. After a short while, Kang Si-ran returned. As for Gu Hong's fate and Lu Qi's punishment, Kang Si-ran did not say, and Yang Kai did not ask. Kang Si-ran only expressed a slight apology on behalf of Lu Qi and said that if Yang Kai wanted to buy anything from the Chamber of Commerce in the future, he would give him a 10% discount. Obviously, this was Lu Qi's hush money. Gu Hong's actions were a disgrace to the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, it could not be spread outside. A 10% discount was very generous, especially since Yang Kai's business with Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce was extremely large. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. He went straight to Spirit Lake City. Halfway there, he took out the Elder Jade Plate and imprinted a message to Xiaosheng. When Yang Kai arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, Xiaosheng was already standing there with a smile. When he saw Yang Kai, he waved enthusiastically. Yang Kai walked over, and Xiaosheng directly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior brother Yang, congratulations on becoming an elder of our temple." Yang Kai said, "Brother, don't laugh at me. How is this a joke? This is a great thing for you and the temple." Xiaosheng patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I heard that you have seen 2 of the temple's 3 great taboos." It would have been better if Xiaosheng did not mention this, but when Xiaosheng mentioned this, Yang Kai could not help but think of Gao Shueting's heroic figure when she was drunk, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Xiaosheng laughed. "It's good to get used to it. It's good to get used to it." Chapter 2789. Xiaosheng warmly welcomed Yang Kai into his room. After the two sat down, Yang Kai asked about Bian Yuqing's situation. That woman successfully broke through to the Emperor realm half a month ago. The commotion she caused that day was not small. Xiaosheng's expression turned solemn. Broke through to the Emperor realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. This news was both expected and unexpected. Originally, according to Bian Yuqing's aptitude, even if she could enter the heaven-grade secluded area of the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate for 2 months, the possibility of her breaking through was very small. After all, her talent in the martial Tao was not very good, and she had been wasting so many years in the Tao source realm. Her spirit had long been worn away, and she had lost the will to improve, so how could she make a breakthrough? If nothing unexpected happened, the Third Order Tao source realm would be the peak of her life. However, Ko Wu's death had greatly stimulated her, and with the help of Yang Kai, as well as the large number of source crystals and emperor pills he had given her before he left, it was only natural that she would be able to make a breakthrough. In any case, this was a happy event, and it meant that the High Heaven Palace had gained another Emperor Realm Master. The Spirit Lake Palace had been established for many years, and countless cultivator had broken through their shackles here, prying into deeper mysteries of the realm, but there were not many who broke through to the Emperor Realm here. The commotion caused by Bian Yuqing's breakthrough that day shook the entire Spirit Lake City, especially the cultivator who had been waiting in line to enter the Spirit Lake Palace. All of them seemed to have seen new hope and were full of enthusiasm, waiting for their turn to enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secluded area to cultivate. She has been stabilizing her cultivation for the past half a month, so she should be able to come out in a few days, Xiaosheng smiled faintly. As one of the 3 great deacons of the Spirit Lake Palace, he naturally knew Bian Yuqing's situation like the back of his hand, not to mention that Bian Yuqing was brought here by Yang Kai, so he would more or less take care of her. That's good, Yang Kai nodded happily. Junior brother, did anything happen recently? Xiaosheng suddenly changed the topic and asked. Yang Kai said, I need to go to Star Soul Palace. What orders does Big Brother have? Go to Star Soul Palace? Xiaosheng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why Yang Kai was going to Star Soul Palace. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how long will it take? 1 to 2 months will do. If that's the case, he grinned and said, I want to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I don't know if Junior Brother is free. Brother, please speak. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Xiaosheng didn't say what it was. Instead, he turned to look at the room behind him. He said, Little Blossom, come out. You know Junior Brother Yang, so don't hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman in a palace dress walked out of the room. She was wearing a long dress that wrapped around her exquisite body. There was a smile on her face that made people's hearts ripple. Her eyes were watery, and she seemed to want to say something. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in surprise. This woman was the Palace Master of 100 Flower Palace, Hua Yulu. He had met her in Azure Sun Temple a few days ago. He didn't expect to meet her again here. That day, Hua Yulu also inquired about Xiaosheng. It seemed that she came directly to Spirit Lake Palace after leaving Azure Sun Temple. Although Yang Kai had noticed that there was another person's aura in the room before, since she was hiding, he didn't investigate further. Now that he saw the real person, he was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. There seemed to be some adultery between this man and woman. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became meaningful. Hua Yulu seemed a little embarrassed, her cheeks blushing slightly. She walked closer and bowed, softly saying, This concubine greets Elder Yang. Palace Master Hua is too polite. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his head. Not to mention that Hua Yulu's cultivation was similar to his, and she was a palace master. Just based on the unclear relationship between her and Xiaosheng, Yang Kai couldn't accept her courtesy. Yang Kai turned to look at Xiaosheng and said, Brother, you said you wanted my help. Is it related to Palace Master Hua? Xiaosheng smiled slightly. Yes, it is indeed related to Little Hua. He looked up at Hua Yulu and said, Little Hua, you tell me yourself. Hua Yulu nodded slightly and opened her red lips, slowly saying, It's like this. 3 months ago, when I went to the southern swamp to look for herbs, I accidentally found an ancient cave mansion. An ancient cave mansion? Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. And Hua Yulu nodded. It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. That cave mansion has been around for a long time, and it exudes an extremely ancient aura. I don't know who left it behind. This concubine and 2 other people took the risk and went in to investigate. Although we tried our best to break through a few layers of old restrictions and obtain some benefits in the end, we were stopped in front of an even more powerful restriction. We couldn't enter. Why are there 2 other people? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Yulu said, Although the southern swamp is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. It is said that the southern swamp is the place where the ancient cultivator rose and gathered, so there are many good things hidden there. Moreover, the special environment there can also produce some peerless spirit herbs. Many experts will explore the southern swamp. When that ancient cave mansion appeared, there was a small commotion. If it wasn't for that, this concubine wouldn't have discovered it. The other two people were also attracted. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, vaguely understanding the situation at that time. Huailu continued. Among the other two people, one of them knew a little about restrictions and formations. According to that person's speculation, the restriction that blocked our way couldn't be broken through even if the three of us worked together, so we could only seek help from others. Therefore, the three of us agreed to find a helper each and meet in the southern swamp half a year later. And you found Brother Xia? Yang Kai asked. Huailu smiled bitterly. Although this concubine knows many people in the Emperor realm, there are not many that I can truly trust. It was not uncommon for a cultivator to forget righteousness in the face of profit and kill others to steal their treasures on the path of cultivation. When it came to finding people to cooperate in an exploration, it was natural to find people that were trustworthy. Otherwise, if they randomly found someone, they might die an unnatural death. Xiaosheng said, Junior Brother Yang, this brother really can't leave. The temple sent me here for a full 3 years. Before the time is up, I can't go anywhere. Otherwise, there would be no need to trouble Junior Brother. It's not a big deal. We're just going to explore an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai waved his hand and looked at Huailu. It's just. Are you familiar with the other two? Can you trust them? Huailu replied, I'm not familiar with them. It was the first time we met, but they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. As for whether I trust them or not, since it was the first time we met, how could I trust them? However, I don't trust them, and they certainly won't trust me. So, when we separated, the three of us each made a great heart demon oath, swearing not to casually reveal the matter of this ancient cave mansion. We were only allowed to find helpers below the second-order Emperor realm, and each of us could only bring one helper. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. Although great heart demon oaths were just empty words, when one's cultivation reached the level of the Emperor realm, this kind of oath could not be made casually. Once broken, a heart demon might appear and affect one's future. Since they were bound by great heart demon oaths, for the time being, they could trust that the other two would not casually leak the information. This matter was still a possibility. If I'm not wrong, those two will definitely find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm. Huailu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and said, If Elder Yang has any scruples, this mistress will think of another way. It wasn't that she couldn't find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm, but they really couldn't cooperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple before the Emperor realm. Although he had just reached the first-order Emperor realm, if he really went all out, it wouldn't be easy for a second-order Emperor realm master to kill him. As for Yang Kai's strength, Huailu had seen it with her own eyes on the day of the coronation ceremony. He could even injure an elder of Star Soul Palace. Although she was also heavily injured, her strength was definitely not simply at the first-order Emperor realm. She should be on par with Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng said from the side, Junior Brother, you can consider this matter yourself. Don't worry about me. I just mentioned it casually. It's up to you whether you agree or not. He was obviously afraid that Yang Kai would be worried about his face and reluctantly agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, I am also very interested in the ancient cave mansion. Huailu's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, Does that mean Elder Yang agrees? Yang Kai didn't answer, but said, That ancient cave mansion can make the three of you so obsessed, and you even went through so much trouble to find helpers to explore it. Presumably, you obtained some benefits from it? There are indeed benefits. Huailu nodded calmly. Even if Elder Yang didn't ask, this mistress was prepared to explain it. The three of us didn't explore the ancient cave mansion deeply. Although we broke a few barriers, we only obtained a few benefits. This is the benefit this mistress obtained from the cave mansion. While speaking, Huailu flipped her hand and took out a small flower drum. The small flower drum didn't look special, only about the size of a person's palm. It was unknown what it was made of, but as soon as it was taken out, a very special aura rippled out. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ancient exotic treasure. This flower drum was actually just like his mountains and rivers bell. It was a genuine primeval treasure that emanated a pure primeval aura. In ancient times, the world energy tide was very different from the present, so the various secret techniques and divine abilities cultivated by the ancient cultivators, and even the artifacts they used were very different from those of this era. But it was undeniable that ancient exotic treasures should not be underestimated. It was just that ancient exotic treasures were too rare. For nearly 10,000 years, only the mountains and rivers Bell seemed to be recorded. Perhaps there were other unknown ancient exotic treasures, but in the entire star boundary, there were definitely no more than 10. Now, one had appeared in Huayulu's hands. Chapter 2790. This soul-absorbing drum can intimidate the mind. It's not very powerful, but it's good in concealment, making it impossible to guard against. As Huayulu spoke, she suddenly reached out and patted the small flower drum lightly. Strangely enough, there was no sound at all. At the same time, a silent force rippled outwards, like a sharp blade cutting towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Caught off guard, Yang Kai's mind moved. However, as Huayulu said, this soul-absorbing drum wasn't very powerful, so it couldn't break through the defense of his knowledge sea. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Huayulu hadn't completely refined it and didn't fully activate it. Even so, it was still very impressive. Imagine, when two people were evenly matched in strength and were fighting to the death, Huayulu suddenly activated the power of the soul-absorbing drum, and her opponent would definitely suffer. If this soul-absorbing drum was used well, it was definitely a weapon that could turn defeat into victory. It was more versatile than an ordinary emperor artifact. Good stuff. Yang Kai personally tested the power of the soul-absorbing drum and praised it generously. Huayulu said, "Elder Yang, you flatter me." Yang Kai said, "When the three of you went to explore, you got the soul-absorbing drum. What did the other two get?" Huayulu replied, "One of them cultivated a secret technique in the cave mansion. This mistress doesn't know what it is exactly. That person didn't show it, but judging from his expression at that time, it should be quite powerful. The other person's cultivation increased greatly in the cave mansion. Originally, that person's strength was the lowest among the three of us. He should have just broken through to the First Order Emperor realm not long ago. However, when he left, his aura was already the strongest among the three of us. It can make one's cultivation soar." Yang Kai was shocked. It was rare to see an opportunity that could make one's cultivation soar in the Emperor realm. This showed that this ancient cave mansion definitely had a great background. The methods of the ancient almighty were really extraordinary. After so many years, there were still so many opportunities hidden in that cave mansion. If they really explored it completely, who knew how many benefits they would gain? Previously, when he agreed to accompany Huayulu to explore the ancient cave, it was more or less out of respect for Xiaosheng. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was truly interested. A cultivator's cultivation was not a closed door. Going out to gain experience was the most important path. Occasionally obtaining an opportunity was often better than cultivating in seclusion for many years. Since Elder Yang is interested, how about we meet in the southern swamp in 2 months? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and asked. All right. Yang Kai nodded, naturally not having any objections. He would take advantage of this time to go to Star Soul Palace and enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to cultivate. The two of them immediately exchanged contact information and each engraved their divine soul brand on the other party's compass. In this way, as long as they were not too far apart, they could communicate with each other. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll need you to take care of Little Blossom, junior brother. Xiaosheng smiled. Yang Kai said generously, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely bring Palace Master Hua back in one piece. Xiaosheng smiled and declined to comment. On the other hand, Huayulu's cheeks flushed red. She secretly glanced at Xiaosheng and immediately showed a disappointed expression. Looking at the expressions of these two people, Kaiyang vaguely understood the relationship between these two people. I'll be staying in Spirit Lake City for the next few days. If Bian Yuqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know, brother. Don't worry, Xiaosheng said seriously. I will see her from time to time. Yang Kai said his goodbyes, but when he turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, By the way, Palace Master Hua, do you remember the barrier that blocked your way? Hua Yulu was startled and nodded. I remember. Does Elder Yang need it? I can draw it for you to see. That would be best. Hua Yulu immediately took out a blank jade slip, immersed her divine sense in it, and recorded the brand she saw that day. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, "This is the barrier. It should be an ancient spirit array. This mistress doesn't understand spirit arrays and can't see anything special about it. I just memorized it, but there shouldn't be any mistakes." At her level of cultivation, having a photographic memory was the most basic ability. I don't understand it either, but I can ask someone else. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Yilu's eyes lit up. Elder Yang knows someone who is proficient in spirit arrays. That would be best. This mistress was planning to go to the Gong family in Heavenly River Valley, but now it seems that there is no need. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was recognized as a master of spirit arrays in the Southern Territory. Hua Yilu was not an ignorant person, so she naturally couldn't completely trust the other two emperors. If she wanted to break this spirit array and enter the depths of the ancient cave mansion, she naturally had to investigate this spirit array. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was the best choice. However, with Yang Kai's words, she saved herself some trouble. After all, if she went to Heavenly River Valley and the Gong family asked about the origin of this spirit array, Hua Yilu could only lie. Leave this matter to me. Palace Master Hua, recuperate for the next 2 months. When the time comes, we will meet again in the southern swamp. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Yang. Hua Yilu nodded and thanked him. As soon as Yang Kai left, Xiaosheng stood up and said, "Little Hua, you can do as you please. I'm going out for a while." "Where are you going?" Hua Yilu looked at him angrily. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" The corner of Xiaosheng's mouth twitched, and he said, "Why would I be afraid of you? It's just that if I don't work hard to cultivate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as the eldest brother." With his hands behind his back, he shook his head and walked out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Stinky man. Hua Yilu puffed up her cheeks in anger, her face full of indignation. The host had already left, so as a guest, what was the point of her staying? She could only follow him and leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Kai Yang had stayed in an inn in Spirit Lake City for less than 3 days when Bian Yuqing, who was emitting a strong aura, came knocking on his door. In the room, 4 pairs of eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded lightly. Not bad. Bian Yuqing stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Bian Yuqing was also shocked. She thought that after breaking through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't feel any pressure when facing Yang Kai, but after meeting him this time, she was shocked to find that she couldn't see through his depths. If she didn't know that he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Bian Yuqing would have suspected that he was a Third-Order Master. Why is the gap still so big? You can release it, but you can't retract it. You haven't yet reached a stable realm, Yang Kai commented. Only when you retract your aura can you be considered to have completely stabilized. I will remember. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Bian Yuqing responded honestly, but she couldn't help but feel a little strange. More than a decade ago, she was high and mighty in front of this young man, but after more than a decade, the roles were suddenly reversed. It was all thanks to this person that she could survive and break through to the Emperor realm. Thinking back on the past, she couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you are ready to join my High Heaven Palace. Bian Yuqing smiled. Does Palace Master not want me? Of course not. Yang Kai got up and said, let's go. After leaving Spirit Lake City and flying forward, Bian Yuqing constantly stabilized her newly broken through cultivation. After 2 days of this, the results were very obvious. Her aura from the Emperor realm was obviously much more restrained. Palace Master, where are we going now? Bian Yuqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's leisurely appearance. I'll send you back to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai replied. Back to the palace? Bian Yuqing was startled and asked in surprise, but isn't the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory? The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If they flew all the way there, it would probably take several years. If there were any delays along the way, it wouldn't be strange to spend 10 years. Originally, Bian Yuqing wanted to persuade Yang Kai to speed up or use the space array to teleport a few times. This would save some time, but seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, Bian Yuqing didn't say anything. In any case, she had now joined the High Heaven Palace, so Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing for him to worry about, and he had even saved her life. After 3 days, the two arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Thousand Leaves sect, right? Bian Yuqing followed Yang Kai and landed on the ground. She then turned her head to look around and asked, "It is indeed Thousand Leaves sect." Bian Yuqing sighed. The rise and fall of a sect is like the tide. Without strength, one really can't survive. She seemed to have some thoughts. Looking at the destroyed Thousand Leaves sect, she couldn't help but think of Blue Feather sect. Speaking of which, the two sects had similar strength, so their endings were almost the same. "Come in." While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already stood on the space array in the mountain valley and called out. Although Bian Yuqing found it strange, she still obediently stepped forward. In the next moment, the two appeared in this small world. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just led Bian Yuqing straight to Emperor Heaven Valley. After Bian Yuqing saw the territory crossing space array, a look of shock appeared on her face and she said in horror, This, could it be?" Yang Kai said, "You can return to the High Heaven Palace through this. I have 3 jade slips for you to take back." Bian Yuqing collected her thoughts and took the 3 jade slips, asking, "Who should I give them to?" Yang Kai said, "Give this one to a person called Hua Qingxi. She is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Give this jade slip to her, and she will arrange it for you. As for the other 2, let Hua Qingxi pass them to the Southgate Army. Do you remember?" Bian Yuqing nodded seriously. "Yes, I remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing walked onto the array and stood there. Yang Kai's hand moved and many high-rank source crystals were accurately inserted into the grooves. When he urged his space principles, the array hummed and activated. With a flash of light, Bian Yuqing disappeared. Vaguely, before Bian Yuqing disappeared, her lips opened and closed, as if she was thanking him. Yang Kai smiled and turned around to leave Emperor Heaven Valley. Destination: Star Soul Palace. Chapter 2791. There were not many great emperors' sects in the star boundary, at most 3. The Serene Soul Palace of the Great Emperors in the Eastern Territory, the Star Soul Palace of the Bright Moon Great Emperors in the Southern Territory, and the Shadow Killer Temple of the Night Shadow Great Emperors in the Western Territory. Of course, Medicine Pill Valley and Spirit Beast Island were also considered forces of the Great Emperors, but they were not considered sects. After all, they did not recruit disciples. Whether it was Medicine Pill Valley or Spirit Beast Island, they were just places where the 2 great emperors lived in seclusion. Ordinary people had no chance of entering, and any of the great emperor's sects were the stabilizing force of the territory where the sect was located, the god of protection, awe-inspiring and inviolable. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had played such a role for tens of thousands of years, making hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory worship it. For tens of thousands of years, the source chi of all living beings had gathered, and the existence of Star Soul Palace was closely related to the fate of the entire Southern Territory. Someone once said that if Star Soul Palace was destroyed one day, the entire Southern Territory would be plunged into an abyss of suffering and suffering beyond redemption. However, with the Bright Moon Great Emperors in charge, it would not be easy to destroy Star Soul Palace unless there was another turbulence like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's era. When Yang Kai arrived at Star Moon Mountain, it was already 7 days later. Star Moon Mountain was extremely high, towering and precipitous, as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. One could pluck the sun and moon with one hand and cover the stars with a flip of the hand. A thick and vicissitudes of life rushed towards him, as if what in front of him was not a mountain range, but a living giant that had stood in the Southern Territory for tens of thousands of years, overlooking the rise and fall of the common people. Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, and had seen a lot of great sects, not to mention a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, Even Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were on par with it, but no sect could compare to Star Soul Palace. Standing here, it was as if one's entire being had obtained an indescribable sublimation, and it gave birth to an extremely subtle feeling of excitement and delight. In the mountains and fields, rare birds and beasts were frolicking about. Hidden in the clouds and mist, pavilions and buildings were faintly discernible. It was a scene of paradise that was too beautiful to behold. It was so enjoyable that one would forget to leave. "This is the sect of the great emperors?" Yang Kai murmured. "Who is it?" Yang Kai had only been standing there for a short while when he heard an angry shout. Two streams of light flew over from afar and turned into two figures. Both of them were young men, and their Tao Source Realm auras were vigorous and pure. At a glance, one could tell that they had a solid foundation and a promising future ahead of them. It was very likely that he would break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and become a master of his generation. Such an outstanding cultivator, if placed in any sect, would be fully nurtured as a successor. But looking at the appearance of these two people, it seemed that they were just guarding the mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Star Soul Palace was indeed Star Soul Palace. Only the Serene Soul Palace and Shadow Kill Palace, which were also great emperor sects, could compare with them. "This is Star Moon Mountain. Idle people are not allowed to trespass. Go back to where you came from, or we will not let you off easily." Among the two Tao Source Realm cultivators, the one on the left, who looked more stable, shouted at Yang Kai. Although his cultivation was much lower than Yang Kai's, he didn't fear either of them. But whether it was him or the other person, neither of them showed the slightest fear, instead shouting at Kai Yang. This was the confidence of the disciples of Star Soul Palace. In the eyes of the disciples of Star Soul Palace, there were only two kinds of cultivator in the entire Southern Territory. One was from the same sect, and the other was not. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the latter, so no matter how high or low his cultivation was, they didn't need to care too much. Glancing at the two people, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "This one was invited by someone and came to keep an appointment. Please don't be impatient." "Invited by someone?" The young man who spoke before frowned. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, he said, "Who invited you? Do you know your name? My brother will pass the message for you." Since this person in front of him was invited, it meant that he had some relationship with his fellow sect members. It wasn't good to offend him easily, so his tone softened a little. Yang Kai was about to tell the truth, but suddenly his expression changed and he smiled. "No need. Someone is here to pick me up." When the two brothers heard this, they both turned their heads to look. They saw a colorful light approaching from afar. It came quickly and stopped not far away in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. "Brother Yang," Lan Sun greeted with a smile. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have lost its color. Your Highness the Princess?" The two senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded in an instant as they stared at Lan Sun, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes almost frozen. Originally, when they heard Yang Kai say that he was invited by someone, the two didn't care too much. It was nothing more than an outsider who had some relationship with their fellow sect members. But now it seemed that the person who invited him was actually the princess of Star Soul Palace. How could it be Her Highness the Princess? Her Highness the Princess was outstanding. Not only did she inherit the bright moon body of the great emperors, but her talent in the martial Tao was also unparalleled. She was born with a heavenly fragrance and was easygoing and approachable. She was very popular in the entire Star Soul Palace and was the dream lover of many young talents. Even the arrogant disciples of Star Soul Palace were proud to be able to speak with Her Highness the Princess. There were very few people who could get this honor. Only Brother Xiao Chun, who guarded Her Highness the Princess all year round, could see the smile of Her Highness the Princess at all times. How could such a person who was regarded as a goddess by countless disciples of Star Soul Palace invite a man here? Shocked, the two of them could hardly think. "Junior sister Lan, you came so fast," Yang Kai replied. When he came to Star Moon Mountain earlier, he contacted Lan Sun, but the other party only told him to wait a little. He didn't expect her to come so soon. She actually called him Junior Sister Lan. The eyes of the two disciples of Star Soul Palace widened even more. Seeing Yang Kai and Lan Sun's extremely intimate appearance, their hearts inexplicably clenched, and they felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reaction of Her Highness the Princess made them feel that life was worse than death. Brother Yang sent a message, so little sister naturally hurried over. Lan Sun smiled and gestured with her hand. Brother, please. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the air. When he arrived next to Lan Sun took a step forward and led the way. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that the two disciples of Star Soul Palace looked at each other in a daze. When Lan Sun appeared earlier, she didn't say a word to them from beginning to end. She didn't even look at them. Instead, all her attention was on the outsider. What did this mean? This meant that Her Highness the Princess valued that person very much. Otherwise, the usually kind Her Highness the Princess wouldn't even give them a smile. Brother Xiao is in trouble. The junior brother, who had been silent all this time, said sadly. Yes, I don't know if Brother Xiao knows about this. If Brother Xiao knows, the Brother Xiao that the two of them were talking about was naturally Xiao Chun. Among the disciples of the same generation in Star Soul Palace, the one who had the most contact with Her Highness the Princess was undoubtedly Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was fine in other aspects, but he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to Lan Sun. If any brother spoke to Her Highness the Princess, Xiao Chun would hold a grudge against them and find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, Her Highness the Princess only treated him like an elder brother and never had any romantic feelings for him. But now it seemed that the outsider had the intention of poaching Brother Xiao. If Xiao Chun knew about this, what would happen? Brother Xiao is one thing, but the key is Brother Lei. At the mention of Senior Brother Lei, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the faces of the senior brother and junior brother, as if they had received a great shock. They hurriedly glanced left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, they hurriedly fled. At the same time, in the Hall of Stars, the core hall of Star Soul Palace, a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with stars, and they were blazing. When he looked up, his gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, seemed to be able to pierce through the ninth heaven and reach the sky. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said in surprise, 9 stars to the moon? How could it be 9 stars to the moon? This king's name is Bright Moon, and it's coming for me. This is an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Few people in the world knew that the great emperors of Bright Moon, whose name shook the star boundary and was like a guardian deity of the Southern Territory, actually looked like a young and inexperienced youth from the outside. As he spoke, he lowered his head again and formed an extremely strange seal with one hand. A strange aura spread out, while his other hand moved his 5 fingers, the tips of his fingers continuously pointing. After a short while, the young man pulled the corners of his mouth, loosened the seal, and muttered, Old man Tianji's secret technique is really nonsense. He can't calculate anything, yet he still has the nerve to claim to be able to discern heaven's secrets. When I see him, I will definitely pluck out his beard. After thinking for a while with his hand on his cheek, the young man said with flagging interest, Forget it. It's just a small disaster. Not worth the trouble. After saying so, he closed his eyes again and adjusted his breathing. Brother Yang, stay here for now. On South Dipper Peak, Lan Sun said after arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation. Yang Kai asked, Junior sister Lan, when can I enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda? If he had not made an agreement with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai would not have been in a hurry. After all, this was the sect of the great emperors, so staying here for a while would not be a bad thing. Maybe he would even have some unexpected gains. However, with the agreement, he was afraid of delaying. After all, even if he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he would still have to cultivate for a month. It would take time to travel back and forth, so he could not delay for too long. Lan Sun smiled and said, Brother Yang, rest assured, since father has promised you, he will not go back on his word. It's just that the 5-colored treasure pagoda will not open for another half a year. But since we have made a promise to Brother Yang, my Star Soul Palace will need to make some preparations, so it should open in 5 days at the latest. That's good. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lan Sun smiled and said, looking at Brother Yang's eagerness. Could it be that you have an appointment with a beautiful woman? She joked casually, but Yang Kai was startled and suddenly asked in surprise, Do you really have an appointment with a beautiful woman? Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, Don't talk nonsense. But there is indeed an agreement. Lan Sun smiled tenderly. Brother Yang doesn't need to explain. I'll go first. I'll inform you when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens. Chapter 2792. South Dipper Peak was a secondary peak of Star Moon Mountain, where Star Soul Palace was located, but the cultivation environment there was extremely good. The world energy here was rich, not inferior to the main peak of High Heaven Palace. The place where Star Soul Palace was located was where hundreds of millions of cultivator-sourced chi gathered in the Southern Territory. Not only was it closely related to the Southern Territory, but it also suppressed the earth veins of the entire Southern Territory, so it was natural for it to have such abundant world energy. After arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation, Lan Sun left. For a time, South Dipper Peak was quiet, and Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to be affected a little, becoming extremely calm. Since no one disturbed him, he closed his eyes and meditated, cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhu Qing had taught him before she left. Time flew by, and soon it was night time. Yang Kai, who was cultivating, seemed to feel something and suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flickered, and he stood on South Dipper Peak. What he saw caused him to involuntarily open his mouth wide. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, there seemed to be a beautiful painting spread out in the sky above the Star Moon Mountain. Every star was emitting a dazzling light, as if they could touch it with their hands. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that among the stars, there was a brilliant light that connected the heavens and the earth. The brilliance of the stars seemed to contain a magical power, making the world energy of the entire Star Moon Mountain more lively. The heavens and earth were filled with a kind of charm that could not be experienced during the day. It was ethereal, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The entire Star Moon Mountain at this moment looked like a paradise, making people forget to return. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, even forgetting to breathe, his mind unprecedentedly calm. This is the star tide, which occurs once a month. The great emperor said that the power of the star tide contains the great Tao of heaven and earth, and if one can learn a thing or two from it, they will benefit immensely. In fact, many disciples of my Star Soul Palace have gained a lot of benefits from the star tide. They have broken through the shackles of their cultivation or gained inspiration to comprehend the divine technique. Especially for those disciples of my Star Soul Palace who cultivate the Star Moon Divine Secret Art, the benefits are even greater. A person's voice suddenly sounded not far away. I see. Yang Kai was not surprised at all. He was immersed in this starlight, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace. But even though he felt that this star tide was quite mysterious and marvelous, he didn't get any benefits. After a short while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at a sturdy young man with his hands behind his back. What's your name? The young man turned around and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Thunder. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. I have long heard of the 4 great emperors of Star Soul Palace. Among them, Great Elder Lei Hong is the strongest, far surpassing ordinary third-layer emperors. What is your relationship with Great Elder Lei? Lei Ting curled his lips as if he was not happy to hear Lei Hong's name, but he still answered truthfully, Uncle and nephew. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're Elder Lei's nephew. Lei Ting's eyes turned cold. I prefer to hear you say that he's Thunderbolt's uncle. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, Sorry, I have only heard of Great Elder Lei's fame. Lei Ting immediately snorted coldly, light blue arcs of lightning swimming through his hair, crackling as he said in a deep voice, I am in seclusion in Star Soul Palace all year round and rarely travel outside, so you naturally haven't heard of me. But it doesn't matter, you will often hear of my name from now on. Then Brother Lei? Yang Kai smiled slightly, not very interested in his boasting. Why are you visiting so late at night? Lei Ting's eyes drooped as a cold light bloomed from his eyes. I heard that when you came today, Her Highness the Princess personally came to greet you? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Lei Ting's aura surged. Gritting his teeth, he said, "So you and Her Highness are very close?" "Not really. We've only met a few times." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said with a headache, "I think I understand why Brother Lei is looking for me. It's good that you understand. Let's fight. If you lose, get out of Star Soul Palace immediately. You are not allowed to see Her Highness ever again." With a thunderous roar, the aura of a First Order Emperor Realm Master surged, as if the person standing in front of him was not the Yang Kai he had just met, but an enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. Yang Kai was stunned. "You chose the wrong opponent, didn't you? Shouldn't your enemy be Xiao Qian? He is the biggest obstacle between you and Her Highness the Princess." Lei Ting sneered, "Xiao Qian is nothing. If he dares to be disobedient, I will beat him until his father can't recognize him." Yang Kai was stunned. Xiao Qian was a rising star of the Southern Territory, and now he had even broken through to the Emperor realm. Lei Ting might seem stronger, but he was only a First-Order Emperor, so how could he dare to boast so shamelessly? However, Yang Kai had never heard of this Lei Ting before. He had always thought that this generation of Star Soul Palace was led by Xiao Qian and Lan Sun, but now it seemed that there was one more person. Thinking about what Lei Ting said before, Yang Kai quickly felt relieved. If he was in retreat in Star Soul Palace all year round and did not go out, it was not strange that he was not famous. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Lei, I think you have some misunderstanding about me." Lei Ting's attitude of finding fault with him made Yang Kai a little unhappy, but no matter what, he was still a guest. If he really had a conflict with Lei Ting, he might offend the higher-ups of Star Soul Palace, especially since Lei Ting's uncle was Great Elder Lei Hong. It would be bad if his plan to cultivate in the five-colored treasure pagoda was ruined. Yang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lei Ting shouted in a low voice, "Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight." As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and a dark purple bolt of lightning crackled, condensing into a lightning whip in his hand before sweeping it towards Yang Kai with great force, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. The rest of Yang Kai's words were stuck in his throat as his expression turned cold. As soon as Lei Ting made his move, he could tell that this guy was indeed stronger than Xiao Qian. Furthermore, Lei Ting was stronger than all the First Order Emperor Realm Masters he had seen. It could even be said that Lei Ting was not inferior to an ordinary Second Order Emperor Realm Master. This was the result of Lei Ting not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, even a Second Order Emperor Realm Master might not be his opponent. Sure enough, he has some skill. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. As the lightning whip struck, Yang Kai summoned his myriad sword and held it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew. Although the lightning whip was blocked, the terrifying electric current was transmitted through the myriad sword to Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, electric snakes swam around Yang Kai's body, causing his hair to stand on end. His emperor qi shook, dispelling the electric current that invaded his body. Before Yang Kai could react, the lightning whip had already returned. In midair, the head of the whip twisted and transformed into a huge lightning python. Opening its bloody mouth, lightning and thunder crackled as it bit towards Yang Kai's head with a terrifying momentum. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and flicked his finger, sending out a moon blade. It cut through the lightning python's head and split it in two. Lei Ting was obviously very surprised. He had cultivated this thunder attribute secret technique for many years, and only he knew how powerful it was. It was impossible for an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master to break it like this, but Yang Kai had split the lightning python in two with just a casual blow. Moreover, the divine technique gave off a very strange feeling. It actually contained fluctuations of space principles. The lightning python dissipated, but Lei Ting had already taken advantage of its cover and moved forward. In a flash, he was already within 3 feet of Yang Kai. He raised one of his fan-like palms. Electricity surged in his palm, crackling as it slammed down on Yang Kai. "That's enough," Yang Kai shouted angrily, raising his finger and pointing at Lei Ting's palm. If this finger landed, Lei Ting's palm would definitely be pierced through. Yang Kai might also be injured, but it wouldn't be too serious. Just as their fingers and palms were about to collide, Lei Ting's body suddenly trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. That palm that was slapping down also froze in midair in an instant. He didn't move, and Yang Kai also stopped. He pointed his finger at Lei Ting's palm, condensing his power but not releasing it. Damn Xiao Chun, you've ruined my plans. Lei Ting suddenly cursed, retracted his divine technique, turned around, and left. After taking a few steps, Lei Ting turned around again and stared at Yang Kai seriously. I haven't been here tonight. You and I haven't met before, and we haven't even fought. Understand? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said leisurely, the night is so alluring. You. Lei Ting still wanted to say something, but it was obviously too late. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai, then his figure flickered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 breaths after he left, a ray of light fell on South Dipper Peak. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked, Brother Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. What could be wrong? Yang Kai smiled slightly. The night at Star Soul Palace is pretty good, so I came out to get some fresh air. I heard Lei Ting came. Did he cause trouble for you? Who is Lei Ting? Yang Kai looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a blank expression on his face, but his erect hair betrayed him deeply. Lan Sun glanced at him and smiled. Yang Kai casually wiped his hair and said lightly, the night wind messed up my hair. Lan Sun said, Lei Ting has gone crazy from cultivating. He's a little unreasonable. Brother Yang, the next time you see him, let me know immediately. I will deal with him. Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded, okay. Then Brother Yang, you continue. Enjoying the breeze, this little sister will go back first. Lan Sun covered her mouth and giggled, then turned and left. Lei Ting. Yang Kai touched his chin, thought for a while, and suddenly showed a smile. Not far from the side of South Dipper Peak, Lei Ting grabbed Xiao Qin's clothes and said fiercely, you did it, didn't you? It was definitely you. If you hadn't informed little sister Sun, how could she have come here so coincidentally? You bastard, give me a little more time, and I will be able to drive that guy out of Star Soul Palace. Let go of me and talk. Don't drag me around. Xiao Qin lowered his eyes and stared at Lei Ting's big hand with a disgusted expression. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.